What is going on, family? I'm over here, little discombobulated, trying to get myself together. I got some stuff I meant to have uploaded already, and I ain't even got. Hey, get down here. Get down. Man, what's going on, y'all? Welcome in, everybody. I got one more thing to do, real quick, family. Yeah, just for good measure. Hold on, where is it? There we go.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every W's a psychedelic. Journey over accolades, divvy up the accolades and tell them boys to have a day. Give and take, and I love to give. Give and take, and I love to see the bros hitting milestones. Gon' get your shine on, brighter than an iPhone screen. Anybody tryna take a piece of pie home, try a song, shape a stick or drop them like a pine cone. Conversations about the goals and the gold that I'm sitting on. All I hear is low ballin' digits if I listen to them. No need to counter if it's disrespect. Swam with sharks on how to bite my way out fishing nets.
All right, that's a little bit more like it. We getting there. I'm working on some things, family. Trying to get myself together, baby. Yes. Let me see what my okay. Yeah, we good. We good a little bit there. It's just a pop up, fam. It's just a pop up. Tonight we're gonna talk about a couple of things real quick, fast. Oh, and any more questions if anybody got about what's going on over here and on the beautiful continent of Africa. Let me get to speaking real quick, cause before I turn my cam back off, I got some content I'm trying to get sorted and situated. Dawn people, what's up? Hey, Vision Preparedness, my brother, man. You know I always love having you whenever you're available for these types of convos. Pieces of April, how you doing? Welcome in here. Y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. The winning walk with Christina. Yeah. Don't hurt the harvest. What's going on, family? Juan Perez, my brother, H-Tone. Hey, K Renee's Garden, how you doing? Hey, Shanna. You better get in here and enjoy yourself. Good Eats, my sister. Texas fam up in here. Yes. Yeah. Don't hurt the harvest. Yeah. Y'all better get on. Boy, I swear, it's something about lives and mosquitoes. If you even say you gonna get on the live or something, man, it's like they call each other or something. And be like, yeah, man, I heard they finna go live. Let's go eat their legs. Yeah. The winning walk with Christina, how you doing? How y'all doing? Look here, family. So, Miss Mama Nita, Blue Lotus Vibes by Janita McLean, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. Am I low? Yeah, it's loading. It's just running a little slower, but it's all good, baby. Yes. So, as usual, per usual, my only request for tonight is that y'all keep the conversation. Hey, Miss Grace Guy, Bud Files, what's going on, family? Yes. Look here, only thing I'm asking is that everybody continue to be respectful, because what we gonna do is show people how you can have some of these difficult and complex conversations without whooping up on each other too bad. Cause what we not gonna do is what we ain't gonna do. We ain't finna call nobody out their name. We ain't finna mistreat. We ain't gonna whoop up on women or men for that matter. Ain't nobody finna be no B's and H's, and ain't nobody finna be no deadbeats or nothing like that neither. We gonna talk like grown folk. And I'm of course the link coming, because there's folks out there who done had some good experiences and folk done had some bad experiences. And if y'all wondering what HB 2689 is, it's some legislation out of Tennessee. Tennessee. Yeah, and it looked like it's finna get real. Now, if you go to the actual state, come on, will you hurry up? My goodness. If you go over to the Tennessee.gov website, and I encourage people to always read and research. They Odoms, what's going on? And that, you know what? That's another thing. Welcome in, my brother Odoms Homestead. You better get in here and enjoy yourself. All my folk out of Tennessee, all my Memphis people we got. What's going on, Miss V? Make this go viral, LLC. All of the all the folk we got in Tennessee, all the folk we got in Memphis, of course, Memphis, Tennessee, same thing. But all my Memphis people, because I think this is just state one. I think this is the first state. I think it's gonna go. I think it's gonna spread, and here's why. And of course, being fair and balanced in my inquiries. And hey, Salon Diva Home and Garden, how you doing, young lady? You almost tipped past me. I ain't even see you up here. Good Eats. What you say, Good Eats? Y'all remember that pickup line from men? That's right. You the only 10 I see, baby. You the only 10 I see. I tell April that all the time, baby. She is. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I still hit her with the old corners. You know what I'm saying? And she still smiles. So I don't know if it's working. She be walking through the house. I'll be like, baby, your feet must be tired. Because you've been running through my mind all day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I flirt with my wife. I can't help it. She shouldn't walk around here looking like I should be looking, and then people won't be wanting to try to pitch woo. Yeah, can't help myself. Come on, hurry up. All right, okay, good. Y'all can still see me. I can't see y'all. Let me put something over on my desktop real quick, fast, and then I'll be right back. And I should be, and I'm back just like that. And let me send one more something to myself, and then I believe I'm gonna be done, family. I believe this all I got. And the rest of it is audio. I apologize for being unprepared, but see what had happened was, what's up, growing what I eat? How you doing, brother? Man, you better get in here and enjoy yourself. By the way, I'm gonna talk about the hype again in a minute too, as we get everything while we getting everything set up. I apologize, y'all. See what had happened was I had to jump in the shower real quick. I just like, you know what I'm saying? You done had your day or whatever. Let me jump in this wash real quick fast before Hey Vision, come on now. You on my side, bro. Nobody care what you saying. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. That's why you here. I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, but that's why I'm a little bit discombobulated here. Normally I like to have things together. We're gonna have this first piece of audio ready to go in just a minute. But I do want to ask this here, family. So just to give a bit of a sense of what the conversation about, in addition to talking about some stuff out of Africa, news out of Africa. I want to know what y'all think. So Tennessee has proposed, and this look like has some legislation in what's called paternity. I'm sorry, not paternity fraud, but maternity fraud. Basically, Tennessee saying that it's gotten to a point where there are so many alleged fathers that I guess the consequence, it takes two to tango, but the responsibility gonna have to start being shared, because so many men are ending up not being the actual father. And And here's the thing. Now, here's the thing. I don't think legislation like this would exist if that was the end all be all. If you just had, hey, wellness with Frugal Mama, how you doing, young lady? Yeah, great workout this morning. You better get in here and enjoy yourself. Oh, and y'all feel free to do so. By the way, it ain't gotta be Tuesday, it ain't gotta be Friday. If we got a pop-up going, baby, y'all drop that hashtag BCIAC in there so y'all can get connectificational ties with one another. Cause I don't see nothing wrong. Yeah. So I'm encouraging everybody to go over to Tennessee. Hey, stop that. Stop. And check it out. But I do want to know how y'all feel. Y'all know the link gonna come in a minute. But I make it a point to be as fair as I can be. So yes, Tennessee General Assembly.gov, SB 2606, which this is a part of, HB 2689, Children's Services Department as introduced, changes from March 1st to March 31st, date before which the department must appear before the Judicial Committee of the Senate and the Civil Justice Committee of the House of Representatives for a review of the politics of the department. So from what I'm seeing, some parts of it have passed, other parts are still in or under consideration, but according to the news and my Tennesseans, y'all can tell me way better because who is somebody? I see folks speaking. Hold on now. I hope I ain't missing nobody. Whoever I'm missing, hey y'all. Welcome in. Miss Tracy Anderson. There it is. Okay, Warren said he heard about this last night. Yeah. Y'all know you know what I'm saying? I gotta bring y'all, I gotta give it to you. Now you're gonna get me in my feelings, and I know you're gonna be up here telling us about your feelings, good sir. And that's what we want to hear, because everybody got different lived experiences. Everybody got stuff they done been through. Men get hurt just like how women feelings can get hurt. Men get attached to kids that may not be theirs. We gonna get into that a little bit deeper. Sometimes men want to be fathers or play bigger roles in a child's life and may be denied. This is stuff that actually happened. Hey, Tamika Davis, how you doing, young lady? You better get in here and enjoy yourself. Miss Chaga, how you doing? Habari yako? Salama, karibu dada. Come on in here. Yeah. Autumn Homestead said, so true for the streets around here. That baby don't look like me. I know that, right? Hey, Drew, what's going on? Oh, and as y'all know, I always do. I keep it real. I keep it trill. I measure my words. I watch what I'm saying and how I'm saying, because I ain't nobody daddy. I'm just that cool ass uncle that everybody wish they had. Yeah, my man Drew. Drew, what's going on, my brother? Welcome in. Y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. Living Natural says she listening in the other room while at work. I appreciate you, sister. I can't ask for no more than that. Hey, you took the time to be here. Oh, it failed. Oh, come on, man. Why you fail? Y'all, I got to send this one more time. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to do a quick recap, a quick revisit of the hype again. I want to say again, my man Growing What I Eat is up in here. So many of the other people, who participated. I see a few faces off in here. Thank all of y'all for the support. Even if you didn't participate, thank you for being a supporter, for coming through, for showing love, keeping that energy. Hey, Miss Deborah Garrett, how you doing? Tanya S. says she in here listening from work too. Man, y'all know how play it is when y'all tell your boy that y'all chose to make me, little old me, a part of y'all work day. Y'all over there typing 900 words a minute and still hanging out with me. Man, I appreciate that, fam. For shizzle, as the young folks say. And one of the big standout, Growing What I Eat, man. Much love to you, my brother. Much love to you. And again, everybody, to my lovely, lovely, adorable, beautiful wife, Pieces of April, you did an amazing job on your performance. Vision, you live at work. You always working, man. If you ain't in the house working, then you always working. You always doing something. But much love to my brother Vision Preparedness too for coming through. The winning walk with Christina said listening at work too. Y'all family, this is a big deal. Cause y'all could be listening to anything else or watching anything else or doing anything else. You could be on a podcast. You could be doing a million other things at a million other places. But y'all take the time to come hang out with your boy. And that means something to me, baby. I think it's gonna work this time. Bam. Okay. And it did. And we got something else we're gonna look at too now. Now, I'm gonna get these sunts over here, and then I think we're gonna be good. I'm just turning my camera off. I'm still here, y'all. We still gonna be talking. We still gonna keep the convo going. But I got to get this right here done real quick. Oh, Salon Diva. By the way, and everybody who came over and supported my sweet pea, I thank y'all. I sure do. Everybody who was available and had time to come up, I sure do appreciate y'all for doing so. Now this gonna pop up here. There you go. You stay down there. And I got one more. You get up there. And then I'm gonna bring you and I'm gonna put you up here too. And then I'm gonna get this link ready. And boy, get out from now. Get out from now. Get out. We ain't ready for you yet. We ain't ready for you yet. My goodness. Hey, Tamika, yeah, man, thank y'all so much. Everybody who came through. Growing What I Eat, you more than welcome, my brother. Two things I'm gonna ask y'all to do. You already know. It's all love, it's all good. First thing, if you haven't, like my man Vision always encourage and remind me to do, even on my lives, y'all hit that like button, share the live out if you haven't already. And when you get back, man, drop hashtag BCIAC into the chat so y'all can get connected now. So without further ado, or don't, let's get into some of this. Now I'm not gonna run the audio of I'm not gonna run the video of the actual news clip, but let's get into it. Let's hear straight from the horse's mouth, and we're gonna talk about a few other things tonight. But let's see what folk down in Tennessee is talking about on their news here recently, family. Sorry about that, family. I didn't know I had my whatchamacallit off too. LGG Love, what's going on? Welcome in. Little bro, motivation from the weightlifting geek. What's good, little bro? Yeah, y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. Let me make sure I got the right thing set up. Okay, let's go. Take a DNA test before signing. Hold on. And here we go.
New tonight, a bill proposed in the Tennessee state legislature could make it mandatory now for fathers out of wedlock to take a DNA test before signing a birth certificate.
Fox 13 government reporter Kayla Solomon joins us live. Kayla, this bill was discussed and passed in a House committee today. And, you know, it goes back. There have been advocates who said it could solve a lot of problems if it were just the first thing that happens for all babies.
That's right, Merle. And this is also coming on the heels of another child support reform bill that was recently passed that says if fathers fall behind too much on child support, they can now lose custody of their children. Now, I spoke to one Memphis representative who says this is specifically for couples who are not married.
Now, that's something real important, family. This is for couples that are not married. It don't matter if you've been dating for 3 weeks or 3 years or 30. Long-term relationships. And Abina, what's going on, Abina? Welcome in, family. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So it doesn't matter unless you are legally married. And of course, this is Tennessee. We just talking about Tennessee right now. Because whether this is going to spread or not, I don't know. But unwed is the kicker. That's the key word. And I think that's significant because now maybe y'all can educate me and tell me about a state that I'm not privy to that information or something. But in most states, as far as I know, being wed gives a presumption that you are the father, whether you are or not. I see somebody speaking to J3. What's up, J3? I ain't know you was in here, brother. I ain't know you was in here. Welcome in. And anybody else I may have missed. But yeah, and thank everybody for sharing this live out. I appreciate you. Let's get back into it. We're going to talk about it on the other side.
This is a big deal. This is an issue that needs to be fixed.
State Representative Antonio Parkinson says the conception of this bill came from a haircut trip.
You know, I was in the barbershop and this young man stopped me and he said that he was in a long-term relationship. They had a child. They were living together at the time.
Parkinson says the man went on to say that after the kid turned 5, he found out his partner had an affair, and a DNA test later revealed the man was not the child's father after all.
When they went,
now I'm gonna stop right there. That's good enough. I'm getting ready to drop this link. But I gotta say this, family, and I think the question is, what's this gonna do to families? Will families be broken? Will families be stronger? Will families be, I don't know. I don't know, especially a non-parent. That's why I'm so eager to hear what people in the chat got to say, or the people who come up when I drop the link got to say, because I think it's bad enough that something got to get. Now I do have personal friends, personal homeboys who done went through some real grief, and it, traces cases where both parties have made mistakes and could have done things differently or better. And then there's been other circumstances where on the cool, some of my family, males, some of the men in my family, and some of my close friends and got dogged out before via child support and other issues. And it's really complicated. It's nuanced from case to case, from person to person, situation to situation. But it can also be dangerous. If y'all haven't heard, and I ain't gonna go too deep into that, and I sure ain't gonna show no footage or nothing like that. But recently in Jamaica, apparently there was a married couple. He actually unalived his wife via decapitation because 6 children that he thought were his ended up not being his. I've seen a lot of varying opinions on that. Some thoughtful and considerate. Some a little like, damn, that was gutter. But these people feelings, I can't, and I'm not a parent. All my parents, y'all get at me, y'all holler at me, y'all let me know how y'all feel. This is for men and women. This is not just a male restricted to or male only inclusive conversation. I want to hear from anybody who has an opinion, as long as you're respectful with it. That's the one demand. That's non-negotiable. But I don't know what that kind of hurt would be with one child. I couldn't imagine 6. That's and I don't. And then on maybe on the woman's side, that's got to be, I would imagine. Now everybody different. We all built different, got different types of temperaments and what we can and can't get away with and this and that. For the defense and protection of my family, there is nothing I won't do. But I don't move around the world talking about what I will do. I just do what's necessary when when an unfortunate opportunity may present itself. But it would eat at me if I knew a child I had brought into this realm of existence. I just don't think I could pull it off. Now, I don't know. And I'm saying from the woman point of view, for one, I'm not a woman, so I can never say what that is. I just mean human in any regard. I just don't think I got what it takes to watch somebody grow up from birth, seeing a man that I'm either married to or in love with or love. Maybe I just made a mistake. Maybe it was an ongoing thing. I don't know. But man, that's got to be hard on them too, to lie like that every doggone day. Because you ain't just lying to the kid. You're not just lying to the dude that think he the daddy. Hell, you lying to the kid too. So the kid thinking that it's just this wild, man. It's wild. But I want to know what y'all think. Let me get to some of these comments before I get to the link and to any more content. Let's see what my man Odom said. Odom said, my cousin went back and forth to jail over 5 years for child support for a child that turned out not to be his. That's a good point, Odoms. And that's something else, family. We're going to get in. We almost out. We finna get it deeper into that part of the conversation as well. Because here's why. Not only are there men who have went back and forth to jail or prison, some form of imprisonment, in most states, even after it's been completely verified, you can pay for it out of pocket yourself that you are not the legal father. Now, it's a few things that's a little tricky. So for one, if you sign the birth certificate, it don't matter. It's game over. You claimed you signed parentage. You signed parentage right there. So whether you are or not, you get a Hancock on that line, baby, that child yours, i.e. you responsible for it. But there are cases that are quite common. Some states are worse than others, where the father can be deemed and proven genetically not to be the father. But once you in the system, you in the system. So you can prove to the court that this is not my kid. I was duped. I was tricked. Whatever. And judges have said, and I mean, there are literally thousands of cases like this where the judge has said, well, somebody got to take care of this kid. You've been doing it, so you still on the hook. Do y'all think that's fair? Let me see what my sister said. Wellness with Frugal Mama said, I think it's a magnetic idea. However, magnificent. I think it's a magnificent idea. However, it may be some smoke in the city when the results come back. People play too much with these children. Very well said, Wellness with Frugal Mama. And this made me think about something. I'm glad you said that, my sister, because I'm behind in the chat, but I got to say this. Baby, if this does get passed, this for my Memphis people, this for all my folk all across Tennessee, baby. When this is solidified and it actually takes action, it actually is it's law. So it's happening. There will be a mandatory DNA testing before anything goes farther. Soon as the child born, bam, DNA test. Some of these pediatric centers and some of these hospitals with OBGYNs and baby care centers, if they ain't got no security, I go to another one. Because Frugal Mama ain't playing. In fact, she's seeing what I'm seeing, the potential for it. Because, baby, it's going to get real out here. It's going to get real out here. If, boy, some of these hospitals finna be, man, you ain't going to be able to tell whether you in your local ER or you out at the Pink. You ain't going to know if you at P-Valley or your local county hospital. Let me see what I see somebody says. I'm gonna tell y'all, it's not a game with God's children, but no, that's real, bro. That's real. I missed what Odom said. I see somebody responding to it. It's a shame the structured child support is even necessary. That's real, my sister. That is true. That is true. K Renee said she think it's a great idea. LGG said that's Grandy Bob. On a woman's behalf, she is heartless, and it is, you know, it is. It's some cold sisters out there, boy. There's some sisters out there that's cold as ice, just like it's some brothers, but it's some sisters out there, boy. That's I was cold as ice long ago, baby, baby. Oh, see, ooh, we getting deep with it. We get Odom's going. Oh, Odom's going in, man. Odom said this heavy, y'all. Odom's, I know you always working too, bro. If you got time, I definitely want to hear from you or just in the chat. Odom said if this was around when I was a baby, I wouldn't have thought of sorry. A man was my daddy for 31 years. Y'all people been born into and left this earth thinking somebody was a daddy that wasn't. And some folk, hell, thought folk were their mama and wasn't. Oh yeah, it's real. But I hate to hear that, brother, and thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, because that might somebody could be in the bushes right now, and that's helping them. Christina said, the Winnie Walker Christina said, women who lie about their children's fathers truly don't believe men care about their kids as much as women do. That's a devilish lie. Many men are willing to die for their kid. Thank you for saying that. And sometimes things just hit different when it comes from a woman. I could say the same thing, and it doesn't carry the same weight coming from a man as it does when certain sentiments are shared by women. It's just not the same. And there's certain stuff I can say as a man that a woman could say, and it just wouldn't. It just wouldn't be the same. So thank you for that, my sister. I really do appreciate that. And everybody who making these good solid comments. Let me get you right here so I can see you right there. So let's get into one more piece. Let's get into another. Hey, Tanya Ish, you been in here. Did I miss somebody? K Renee, Miss K. Juicing with Jay, what's going on, man? If y'all didn't catch Juicing with Jay premiere that he dropped earlier today, well, it was this morning for y'all. It was in the evening for us. But welcome in, my brother Juicing with Jay. I see some more comments. I'm gonna get to them, but first, and this is kind of long. This is kind of long here, so let me drop the link first. And that way, anybody who is interested in sharing thoughts or opinions, y'all already know what it is. The only prerequisite is that I see you backstage first. And then after that, you can turn your camera off. You can do some cartwheels. You can post some fertilizer on your tomatoes. Where the link at? I ran in for this. Okay. And okay, I see both of y'all back there. I see y'all, brothers. Y'all can leave it on or turn it off. I'm gonna run this real quick, or at least a little part of it, and then I'm gonna bring y'all up. All right. Now this is a brother out of Detroit. Now, mind you, this is new. It's a mixture. Some of it's new, some of it's old. But if people are wondering why this kind of legislation is being passed, laws, I ain't gonna say, y'all hear me, though, you know what I'm saying. Most laws don't get passed with the absence of necessity. Someone had to push, fight, or lobby for these laws to be in existence, especially laws like this. Now, not talking about corporate law and all of that kind of stuff, but let's get into this. And this first piece of content is just how easy it is for for some men to get caught up, yeah, let's get it. And then I'm gonna bring my guest up. If y'all just getting in here and you haven't shared this out, man, y'all share this live out, baby. But let's go. Let's go.
Still to this day, haven't talked to her, and it just proved out that the baby has no ties to my name. Thankfully, the lady did bring the child in to get tested, and that's all I needed to happen.
This letter from friend of the court reads in part, Dear Mr. Smith, enclosed is a copy of the genetic test results, excluding you as the father.
Let's just set the record. I trust my husband because I know his character.
I gotta stop right there. Shout out Big Rooster. What's up? What's going on, bro? OG, get in here and enjoy yourself, fam. The link is in the chat. I will be dropping it again. I'm gonna go ahead and bring my brothers up with me, even though I'm gonna continue this content as we speak. I just had to speak to people coming in and say shout out to this sister. I could only hope that if somebody said some wild my bad, y'all know y'all at work, some of y'all. If somebody said some craziness or some, I hope my wife look at baby. Now what's going on with that and stand by me? Cause I'm good. I'm that guy. But let's get it. Let's get it.
Man of integrity.
I would like to say relief, but it's kind of like confirmation, really, because I already knew that I had no ties and no links to this child or this woman. And to have that letter come to my house, it was a little unnerving, but not from the standpoint of being caught up in something. It was a little unnerving that, a letter like this could come to my house having no legitimacy to it.
We first brought you the story of D'Angelo Smith in late January when he presented some wild allegations against friend of the court in Berrien County. The initial letter sent to his home stated, a woman who we are not naming alleging him to be the father of her daughter, a child between...
Okay, now this is where I'm finna bring my brothers in, Vision and J3GS Farm, and we're gonna get back to the content. But I got to say this. It is really that easy in some states where legit all they need is your name, maybe an address. Don't have to actually have a social all the time. It's not in every state. It varies from state to state. But the fact that somebody could just take, what's up, Tori? Tori's brain. Welcome in, Tori. Could just take your name and maybe some of your public information, and the next thing you know, not only are you being called to child support court, you're also receiving letters for potential garnishment of your wages, and you have no clue. Like, you literally don't know who this is, where she came from, why she picked you. But the world is a crazy place. World is a crazy place, and yes, it does happen. If you didn't know, now you know. But I'm gonna start with Vision Preparedness. He got in here first, and I'm gonna go to J3, and then we're gonna get back to it. How y'all gentlemen doing, and what say y'all?
Doing well, my brother. How you doing this morning or evening, afternoon, whatever time it is over there in that place y'all call home?
Man, doing great and hoping to get better, brother.
Glad to hear that. How you doing, J3? Good to see you, bro. Good. I'm gonna say this, and then later I'm gonna drop a bombshell on everybody. First off, as you said, there's crazy folks in the world, and all you need is some public information. And based on the state, you can say this is the baby's daddy, and you don't know them. But
and that's why I put this comment up here. I put this comment up here because Wellington Frugabama said no association to her. I don't know about that though. That sounds a little suspect.
Right. Depending on the state. Right. Depending on the state. Yeah.
Frugabama, it happens. It happens more than people would realize. And I'm gonna let you finish, Vision. There is an episode of, y'all remember this show used to come on a long time ago, Paternity Court. So apparently this dude, and he was a gentleman, race don't really matter because we're gonna get into that too.
Right.
He did 5 years. He did a 5-year bid. Now we get into that deeper over on the podcast episode. But yeah, that's enough of that. But yes, not only are men in prison and forced to pay, but yes, sometimes depending on states, especially states like Michigan, your name and your address, and
That's
you in
it.
there. But go ahead, brother.
So I'm gonna just share my personal story that I went through when my ex and I were getting a disillusion. We agreed on an amount that I would pay for child support because them is my child. That's my child, my children. One was underage. So we sat there and in writing, our lawyers wrote up everything. The judge said, absolutely not. This has to go through the court. And I said, why? He said, because it has to go to the court. And this is why it has to go through the court. They get, in the state of Ohio, they get 12%.
That's what I was about to say.
They get 12%. And I looked at him and I said, and my ex got on him about this. She said, no, this is what we agreed for him to pay. This is what he's going to pay. The judge said, no, this has to go through the court. They get 12%. And I looked at that judge and I told him, I said, you do understand this is legalized extortion, correct?
Yes, it is.
And he just smiled at me. It had to go through the court. Now, I'm going to drop a bombshell on everybody because now y'all got me in my feelings because there are good men out there that will take care of their children. There are good women out there that take care of their children. There are bad brothers out there that don't care their babies. And there's bad women out there that will claim anything and everything. Now, all of y'all can Google this. Do you know, bruh, that child support is unconstitutional? The Supreme Court has already ruled it. It is unconstitutional. Look it up.
Yes. See?
Child support is unconstitutional in the United States of America.
Yes.
You got brothers going to prison over it, and it's unconstitutional from the get-go.
But it bringing somebody some money. That's the problem.
Right. But the courts are making money off of it because they get a cut off the top. I am so, dude, not that and I told the judge, I don't need to pay child support. I support my child. This young black man has gotten above and beyond what the court said I have to pay his mama every month for the last 18 years of his life. He's always gotten more than that from me because I am his father, and that is what I will do for my children. But it is unconstitutional for child support.
Yes,
very true. And that is no, you hitting on you taking the conversation where I was gonna get to later, and you already bringing it over here. I.e., that is one of the primary reasons why it varies so much from state to state because it's literally down to a states' rights issue.
Correct.
It's a states' rights issue, but or at least those are the pretenses under which it's allowed to continue in the capacity in which it currently does. Because like you said, like J3 said, hey man, when you said that percent, J3 was like, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. They get that in Ohio, the court gets 12%.
Right.
Off the rip.
Yeah.
And here's the kicker. It's not the court. It goes to the judge that presides over it.
Hey.
Come on, man. That's crazy.
It is insanity.
Yes, it is.
It's insane. Christina said it happens. My mama didn't meet her real father until she was 50. She got pregnant and left the state, and soon after got married. She told my mama, but she never told my mama's dad. He never knew.
Right.
Family we have man, thank y'all for sharing and thank y'all for following the structure of this conversation, because I feel like we ain't even got into it good yet, and it's already being productive and open and honest, because people sharing real stuff like what Vision just did, and like Odoms and like Christina, without a whole beat up session.
Right.
Cause most of these women in here, what's up? She said, all these women in here know it's women that be lying, just like dudes know it's dudes in here to be lying, and
Right.
both of the opposite know the other one be lying. So yeah, go ahead, J3, before I get back to the
Before we
content.
get too far, I want to go back. I agree. They should do the test. When that lady had that baby and they're not married, they should have a test. And some that are married should still have the test.
Right.
Now, me personally, I done come to the realization a good while ago. If somebody come knock on my door and say, "You my daddy," I will not slam my door in their face. I need one criteria. Well, two criteria: the age you are and the time frame.
Yep.
If you was in the military, there's a whole bunch of babies that we left somewhere.
That's right. That's right.
I will not slam my door on anybody if they walk up and say, "You my daddy." We will run a test.
Yeah.
And I got questions for you. I want to know about your mom and everything, because that's one thing out of all these years I can tell you just about every woman I've been with, because it's the way I was raised.
Right. Same here.
I kept notes. I kept notes on everybody I mess with. But number one, yes, there are many from my age category groups. There are many people that close their eyes today and never knew who their mama and daddy was. A lot of people took it to the grave.
Oh yeah. Oh
but
yeah.
Today, in this society today, is a child is nothing more than money.
Correct.
As many children as I can have.
Unfortunately.
As many children as I can have, I can get paid.
Yep.
Now that's some truth.
Yep.
That's some truth, J3. But I got to add one more caveat, because even though it's some not cultural, it's some generational differences.
Yeah.
Baby, them old folk were lying their ass off too.
I'm
talking about way back in the day.
That's right.
All of y'all, the whole family, black as me, but we got one auntie and one uncle with that got freckles and look like damn Al B. Sure.
And two like to be good.
Right.
Come on. What's up, ARD? What's going on? She said.
And not too long ago,
K Renee,
TX Lala.
Ago, my son, one of these high school sweethearts, you having a baby. And one thing I thank God for is grandmamas. Grandmamas look at a baby and tell us whether yours or not without taking a blood test.
Shit, I don't know about that, man. I believe I don't know about all that shit. Nah,
this girl had the baby. This girl had the baby, and she gonna tell my son it's her baby. My son come running in the house trying to find his baby pictures and got one of my old pictures and everything. See, he looked just like her. I said, that's not your son.
Right.
And he showed the picture to my mama. She said, that blood your blood ain't nowhere in that. And 2 weeks after that, what happened? Find out he ain't the daddy. Broke my son's heart. But it didn't break mine because I could see it wasn't his.
Ooh, speaking of breaking us, you know what, y'all? We gonna, for everybody who welcome in, I gotta speak to everybody. Good Eat still in here. She said, ARD, Happy Mac. What's going on, family? Pieces of April. Happy Mac. I gotta get back to your comment. So now that see y'all done turned the doggone thing, we gonna get back to this, y'all. We talking about this Tennessee law. We talking about HB 2689 out of Tennessee. I'm encouraging everybody to go over to TennesseeAssembly.gov, read the legislation for yourself, because yes, whether y'all knew I could read or not, I might not always get everything in its entirety, but doggone, I like to have some semblance of what I'm talking about when I get up here busting my chops. So,
right.
Oh, also, because of what J3 just said, he gonna make me run to the next piece of audio. No. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that later. Let's get into this a little bit more, family, and then we're gonna keep talking. Y'all, what we're watching, for everybody who came in, the video has already started. There is a man who alleged that he received an accusation of being the father of a child by a woman that he did not know at all. He ain't never seen this woman. They never had relations. Don't know who the hell she is, and hadn't seen her even up to this interview. And he contacted his local news station in Detroit. Detroit is the news station is the one who did the heavy lifting, the investigating, and helped her. As y'all will see soon, I'm gonna take it back. Excuse me, about 10 seconds for context, and then we gonna get it.
Court in Berrien County. The initial letter sent to his home stated a woman who we are not naming alleging him to be the father of her daughter, a child between the age of 1 and 2 years old.
She's a stripper from Detroit. We had a one-night stand at some hotel that we supposed to have been and went to, and this is a story that was told to me.
While playing the waiting game for the alleged mother to bring in the baby for a DNA sample, the school where D'Angelo Smith teaches received an inquiry for possible garnishment if things did not go in his favor.
Where it made it not something that was being alleged, now it's something that's being taken into action, and there's no paternity been established.
But clearly, these test results confirm that to no longer be the case.
With that being said, strong marriage or not, clean past or not, that's a very tough letter for anyone to receive.
Absolutely.
Without any proof.
Absolutely. It is. It is. The main things that they have to provide to the state of Michigan is a name and a birth date and where they live. That's easy information for someone to gather off of Google, off of Facebook, off of any kind of social media platform.
People who have checkered pasts, who have done things in the past.
I gotta stop right there real quick. Hey, what's up, LP? If I didn't speak, I gotta make sure I'm behind in the chat because I gotta get the Happy Mac statement as well. But y'all, how scary is that in real life? Considering that privacy really don't exist no more. Because if somebody want to look up something or know something, hell, they can. Your name, your date of birth, and your address, and that's it. And the next thing you know, you getting letters. But let's continue.
Who have, stepped out and did things that was unbecoming of a real man, right? And so, but they've changed and they've cleaned up their act and they've gotten better, which all of us have the opportunity of doing or getting better. But a letter like this coming to that house, a man that has changed his ways, that has walked in a different direction, this letter could be absolutely devastating because of what you've done before. You provided a platform where the word got out and this word spread it like wildfire quickly to the point where the lady came in. Now I asked the courts, the friend of the courts about bringing her in. They said, well, we just have to wait until she comes in. But I thank God that Fox 2 provided
something else, because this is almost over and we're gonna talk with the panel. So on his side, you literally in a position of being held liable. You responsible at this point, almost. But on her side, she don't even have to physically appear. You don't even have to appear. It's literally at her discretion. And again, this ain't in all states, but in states where the structure of family court is like this, that's mind-boggling, man.
And the courts don't want her to appear.
Of course not, because they want to get their cut. They want to get their money.
I can't wait to hear what y'all
the allegation, and that's all we need.
Right.
That's it.
Platform where the lady was able to come in, but everybody does not have that opportunity for Fox 2 to show up at their doorstep.
All right, and I'm gonna stop it right there, and then I'm gonna get to the other stuff on the other side. Gentlemen, what say y'all? Y'all go ahead.
We'll let the old man go first.
Well, then go ahead and talk.
Man, you can take that mess off there right there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's almost to the point where it's, guilty until proven innocent.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately.
and so much in this world has come to that. You're automatically guilty, but it's innocent until proven guilty. But this world has flipped upside down, and now you got these brothers being drug in for something they may not allegedly have done, and they got to prove their innocence.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And the most disheartening part of it is oftentimes even after proving your innocence, because of the structure of family court in many states. Look here, man, you still on the hook whether you done signed the birth certificate or not, man. So I mean, if anybody, I'm gonna say this too. I have to put this out because we gonna keep it fat. We gonna keep it balanced, baby. If anybody disagrees with what these two gentlemen or even my sentiments are, male or female, I am completely open to hearing whatever your position is and why you feel that way. That don't mean I'm going to agree with you, but that means that I will definitely hear you out and see why you feel the way you feel, because that's what grown folks do. Indiana Jackson, what's good, brother? Welcome in. But I'm sorry, fellas. Go ahead.
I'm gonna throw a little curveball in there. This is just a little curveball, and this leads to the court portion. I had a fella come out here to my home and do some work for me. He didn't do it right. I took him to court. The lady said, "You won the case, such and such and such and such, but I can't make him pay you." But in the process, the court got paid.
Oh, them court fees, yeah, that's going down.
Of course they did. They got their court fees.
The court got paid. And that's the same thing. Anything that they could find to make money on, that's what they're going to do. Why not get some money off these children, these men and women too, concerning these kids? And that's the way the court looking at it.
Yeah. That's real. Now, as y'all ain't said nothing. I've no lies detected. I ain't heard nothing that's wrong. Look here. Now, this part, because both of y'all parents, you gentlemen, and this is where the ladies come in. Matter of fact, before I even play this, I'm gonna drop this link one more time for good measure. Cause baby, I'm torn on this one. I don't know. So what this is, matter of fact, I'm gonna play it first. But I would say, luckily for me, I've seen both sides of it. I done seen some parents, both the mom and the dad, that wasn't worth a damn, honestly. Child might have been better off without either one of them. And I've seen a whole lot of love in this world. I've seen parents who would go to the ends of the world. They may not get it right all the time, but they'll do anything under the sun for their babies, no matter how old their babies are. My mother was one of those people. My mother is one of those people because I still feel her love, even though she ain't in this physical realm no more. So I know that to be true. But I also believe in boundaries and how far you should go and how far you shouldn't go. But I'm going to play this and then I'm going to ask y'all what y'all think and what y'all would do or what you think you would do. Because if you haven't been in that situation, how do you have a real solid answer? But let's get it, and we're going to talk about it on the other side, family. Oh, by the way, thank everybody for being in here. If I missed you, I apologize. Charge it to the game, not to my heart. And if you haven't shared this live out, if you haven't hit that like button, if you haven't put hashtag BCIAC, do all three. But let the share and the like be the first. And do the hashtag when you get back. Let's go, family. Take this down real quick. And bam.
Don't worry about that, man. Tell me, why did you go get a DNA test on that?
Who? What? What was you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, man.
Down first of all,
No.
then I'll talk to you.
No.
Okay,
No,
I
need
will
to
talk to
no,
you
no,
because
talk to
I've
me.
been talking to
No.
your.
Tell me right now.
I did it. You know that be ain't true. She don't even look like you. She'll look like me. She'll look like
Listen,
your
Ma.
grandmama.
Listen, Ma.
Nobody.
I told you to stay out of my business in the first place when you were talking
You
about
my
it.
baby boy, and this ain't your baby. This
Listen,
ain't no.
listen.
No. Period.
Listen. I was happy with doing.
I'm not gonna take it back. I'm not gonna say sorry because I want my own grandbaby.
I'm
Your
not
child.
I'm not asking
That
you
ain't
to
your
say,
child.
I'm not asking you to
Her
say
mama,
sorry.
that you want me to accept this grandbaby? No.
So apparently, this is obviously LGG got a good point. I see that. So for those, just for context, so everybody kind of get it. Apparently, this is a grandmother. And hey, what's up, Nikki? The everyday life of an OCD-ish chick. I see Tanya comment. I see Christina comment. LGG. I'm gonna get back to all of y'all. I'm gonna finish this out though. But I gotta say, as a parent, if I saw my young child and I didn't believe that the child that they claimed as theirs was theirs, I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do. But if they love the child, I'm living under the assumption that if that's a choice that they consciously made, not out of deception or whatever, I hope that I would be the kind of dad that would say, if you love them, I love them. If the baby mama treating you right and loving on you, it may not be my biological, but I'm gonna rock with it. And I just don't know. That's me assuming because I've never been in that situation. I can't wait to hear what some of y'all parents think or what y'all got to say. But let's finish out. The link is in the chat, and then we're going to talk on the other side.
Well,
I'm not gonna do this. Get that camera out my face.
I love now.
Camera out my face.
Why you throwing stuff?
Why you doing this? This is not even necessary. Cause you know what?
This to prove that my mama won't stay out my business.
It's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay. Cause guess
All
what?
you had to do is mind your business.
Guess what? I did this for us. Both of us. We cool now.
No,
this
I
ain't
got-
your baby. I ain't got to buy Pampers. I ain't buy no more pacifier. Cause that.
So now you calling my baby.
I'm sorry. I
So
did
now
not
you gonna
mean
call my
that
baby.
about kids, but they ain't your baby. So stop saying that. Don't play with me. You know what?
Mom, listen.
Give
let
me
me
some
tell you
water.
something.
Give me some water
Let me
or
tell
something. You're making my blood pressure go up. I don't understand this.
Family, I'm not saying she handled it proper or in the best way, but at the same time, I can't.
Wise is the only dad who's.
Hey. Ain't nobody ask you to do all that. There we go. I can't say she handled it in the best way imaginable, but I also can't say that I don't know, man. I mean, cause if y'all who got kids love your child, what's up, GT Junior Grows at Alaska? When you love your child, I see that as a part. That's why I'm 50-50 with it, because parents who love their kids, protection never stops. I get y'all step back and let them bump their head and make their own mistakes and do this, but watching your child be responsible for a whole nother child who may not be theirs, like this is so. This ain't like making a bad decision on buying a car or even a house. It's like, man, you know your kid broke as hell. They buying this $800,000 house because them folks said, okay, we'll finance it for you. But you know they can't. That's a different kind of mistake. We talking about another human being here. We talking about another life that will get attached to you, love you, expect stuff from you, need to be guided by you. I'm gonna switch it up this time. I'm gonna start with J3. The link is in the chat. Hey, what's going on, Miss Cheryl Faulkner, GT Jr., Drew still in here, and anybody else that want to come up. If y'all just getting in, tapping in, man, share this live out. Hit the thumbs up. Drop that hashtag BCIAC in the chat so everybody can link up with you. But I'm gonna start with J3 and then hear from my brother Vision.
Okay. Now, me personally, I raised 5 children, but me and my wife only had 2. The other 3 belonged to my sister-in-law, but we got them when they were young. They all got different daddies. All 3 of them got different daddies. And what she said kind of run into my
Steph Sorry, bro. Hey, Steph Shockley. My bad, brother. Go ahead. I was just speaking to Miss Steph Shockley and TX Lala. But you go ahead, bro. My bad. I'm sorry.
What she said about the baby didn't look like her, didn't look like the mama, son, grandmama, all that. That's my son's situation back in the 2000s, where she want to say it was his son, but I didn't see nothing in there that looks like me. But he wanted to find pictures to show that every little kid looked the same. The only difference you could tell is one is lighter or darker than the other, or the hair is wavy, or the hair is curly, knots and all that. But other than that, all the little kids look the same, but they don't have the same DNA. And my son wanted to jump up and say, "Oh, that's my son. That's not your son." And a few weeks later, he found out that was not his son. And what did the girl do? Oh.
Right.
See, hey, and you know what, bro? Before we hear from Vision, Steph Shockley put some, man. See, this is heavy. She said, "Good afternoon, y'all. This is so deep. I'm all for acceptance, but when things go south, he better have his financial affairs in order, because child support doesn't care about feelings." Now, see, that's the other side of it.
That's right.
You can be in your feelings all day. You can care and love all day. But at the end of the day, when them folk come knocking on your door, your mama might be saving your ass, and you just don't know. Excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry. I get your mama might be saving you, and in ways that you can only thank her for later. And I'm gonna say this. This is my experience, and I know I'm preaching to the choir for the parents of the world, but I've mentored, I've been involved with, and played a role in a lot of different younger people's lives coming up. Young boys do dumb stuff just as much as young girls do.
True that.
They just less smart with it.
Yep.
They just less smart with it. The
True
girls
story.
They plan stuff out, they calculate it, they do that. You know, boys wake up on a Friday morning, be like, I'm gonna do something dumb tonight, and think about how dumb it is all day, and go do it in a doggone way.
That's right.
Knowing that is dumb.
Right. Knowing it's dumb.
Yes.
Y'all go ahead. That's all I want to throw in real quick.
So what I would have done with my son on that. First thing I would have asked him, I'd have said, I'd ask him, is this your child? Do you know 100% that is your child? That's the first thing. That we not going no farther until we get a solid answer on that question.
Come on, bro. Come on. You see this on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if he knows it's not his, and he decides, he made the decision to take care of this baby because for whatever reason the other father's gone or whatever, I'm going to tell him, you know what, son? I admire you for that, for stepping up, knowing this is not your biological child, but yet you're going to step in and help out. Now, you accept her, I'll accept her. Here's the next story. What's your plan with this girl's mama, this baby's mama? Because now we need to talk. Because number one, if she just looking for somebody to get money from and to take care of this baby, I'm not going to let you make that mistake.
Yes.
I won't do it. And I will make sure it does not happen. But
will not be getting a part of this heritage.
Correct. Now, if you love this woman and y'all plan on getting married,
okay.
Now we good. This is what you do. You marry the baby's mama. You adopt this child as your own. And now I'm gonna rock with y'all until I ain't on the planet no more.
That's it. That's it.
But we gonna solve this problem all the way around, one way or another. It's up to you.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Dog, seem like me and you from the same Stone Age, bro.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. We're gonna make it right all the way around. We're not gonna half it. We're not gonna 1/4 it. We're gonna do it right all the way around. Yeah.
That is it.
If you're gonna do it all the way. And that's and I know that may seem J3 just playing a little bit, but y'all, I some parts of, because traditions come and traditions go. But some things in this world that I grew up with, some values, I don't see that anymore. And some of them I hate to see going away because they served a purpose.
Yep.
They serve the purpose that you may not initially understand until you you living in it. You living in it. And we're gonna stick to the topic, but I gotta go through this with what both of y'all just said. Speaking of old school and Stone Age values and this and that. End of this month, we're gonna be celebrating a full altogether 22. Altogether 22 years together. We don't have no kid. You know how many chances both of us done had to walk away? And don't get me wrong, this ain't no high horse speech, because people go separate ways for oftentimes the right reasons, because it's just ain't what it is no more. But in our circumstance, we ain't got nothing but that promise.
Right.
Nothing but that promise. And that means something, man. I mean, it's old school as hell, and I know people don't really care about that no more. And that's just what worked for us. I don't give a damn what other people do. Y'all grown here. You go live your best life. I don't get in grown folk business. But but I feel that part is germane to the conversation, because it just fits. It just fits. If you're gonna do it all the way. And hearing what both of these brothers said is exactly what I envisioned myself would have done.
Right.
That's a full breakdown. Do you love her? Do you want to be with her? Then if you're gonna be with her and you want it like that, baby boy, you need to have all of it like that. But Christina put something up here that's important. I just hope the baby wasn't there to hear that, but that ain't what it was. She said something else too. Who was it? Somebody said, I forget who it was, said it seemed like old boy low key already kind of knew. It was something about the way he was talking, like he kind of might have known already and didn't know how to fully address it or express it. So I kind of peep game on that too.
Yep. Like you said, Mama, I told you to start my business.
Right. Right. And it seemed to me also that he already knew it wasn't his child.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the issue is with Mama, because she don't, she wants what she wants. It ain't about her.
Yeah.
It ain't about her.
And you know what, bro? She actually said that. Now, for the sake of time, I actually edited that down and took like a full 5 minutes, and I'll elaborate on that. Basically, what she said in the next 3 to 4 minutes, so I could shorten that video down, was I want my own grandbaby. And I get that. I want my own grandbaby. I want my own blood. And he kind of alluded to that, saying that it's my choice. I love her for XYZ reason. She was saying, we good now. We don't have to deal, not the baby, but talking about both of them, the baby and the child's mother. You can have your own kids. We gonna build our own. She said she ain't got my eyes. She don't. Y'all, I edited it back. Maybe I should have left more, because a whole lot of her argument was how she felt, and she never once acknowledged how he felt about any of it. And I'm glad whoever said that, because in the longer part of the video, which I'll try to go back and add, I have to redo it and added as an attachment to this video. But I think he knew. And I can only imagine being in love with somebody who got a child that might not be yours. All your family ain't gonna understand. So that makes sense too, bro.
You said him being in love. I'm gonna switch that up a little bit. Like I said, my son got 5 kids, 2 mamas. But now one of the other kids that I raised, the oldest boy, he got the wrong mindset. He said because Quattro got these kids. I gotta get me some kids. He had the wrong concept. He want kids because my son got kids. That's
right.
Yeah.
And then when he brought a child to the house talking about this is his, it was the wrong color and everything. I'm just gonna say somebody's yours and it ain't got no melanated nowhere in it.
Come on.
Ain't no melanation nowhere in it, and you gonna say it's yours.
For the sake of
I got a child.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's a no-no.
No.
Yeah.
And he could have fell in that same situation because all his boys are having kids and everything. And instead of him doing it the right way, that's my child right there. That's my child.
Ooh.
Right.
No, that's real, bro. I'm glad I went back up in the chat so I could see this one. Miss Cheryl Faulkner. Miss Cheryl Faulkner said I work, which she's talked about before. Y'all make sure y'all check out Miss Cheryl channel.
Yeah.
She mostly support, but she willing to come up on lives and chats, and she always have a lot of thoughtful conversation. Miss Cheryl Faulkner said I worked for child support for 14 years, and I let them all. I tell them all get blood tests. Let us be sure.
Yes.
Yeah, because that obligation is a monster, boy.
It is.
Back in the day, back in my time, before you got married, you had to get a blood test.
Right.
They don't even do that now.
They don't even do it no more. Right. They need a blood test to make sure y'all ain't related.
That's it.
Yeah. All so much is thank you, the winning walk with Christina. I appreciate that, family. LG, hold on, let me put this up. I'm trying to. Hey, Miss Shirley, OG Gardner, how you doing? I didn't know you was in here, young lady. You know I love to hear what you got to say. You and anybody else. Link is in the chat if y'all got time. I just was able to go over that BC site. Okay. Lala up in here said it is about her if she's expected to buy diapers and pretend to be granny. Now that's a fair
right.
She said I can buying diapers and pacifiers. Now that's another fair part of it too, because one thing I do know, even if I ain't got no children of my own, I know that there ain't never been nobody who done had a child who ain't never needed no help with it.
Right.
Everybody need help. Whether you can hire your own help, or a nanny or a babysitter or whatever, or whether it's just family doing it the old-fashioned way, everybody need help with children, whether it's 1 or 5 of them. So she got a point. And that's one thing that I'm glad Lala brought up, because obviously there's been some form of expectation of her involvement in it. And I'm telling y'all, even in the longer video, he never said, well, I ain't never asked you for nothing, or I ain't never asked you to do it. See, it goes both ways, family.
Right.
That's good to say. I don't know about vision, but I'm speaking from experience. With these girls, some of these girls today, I'm not going to say all, with some of these girls today, they figure the parents are supposed to do everything for their child. See,
right.
Like, you don't want to do nothing, but the grandparent got to do everything. Hold up, now. That's
right.
not my child.
Right. That's right.
You bring them to my house when I ask for them. This
right.
Is not
right. Right.
One of my grandchildren, he's been living here since day one. He's my grandson, but shoot, he fall in the son category. He's 11 years old.
Exactly.
And the thing to it is, I don't want to get in trouble.
Don't say it then. Don't say it. If you got to take that home.
No. I'm doing it this way. Out of 5 children, the one that stays in this house is the most intelligent, the one that he's in the 6th grade, but he's on a college level.
Right.
The other ones are barely on their grade level.
Yeah.
So
excellent job, Grandpa.
And they feel that the grandparents got to do everything.
No.
I don't take no credit for his education. I don't take no credit. All that is his grandma.
Right.
From the time he went to the potty, she was teaching him.
Right.
I'm gonna give both of y'all. I'm gonna give both of y'all credit, and I don't know. Miss Shirley say that all the time. She a grandmother at leisure. She spoil them when she want to spoil them, and then she send them on back.
That's it.
Because them your kids, not my kid. And if you ever want to burn somebody out, burn them out, and then they'll be burnt out, and you won't have that gradual. You know what? Absence does make the heart grow fonder.
Yes, it does.
It does. Yes, it does.
Speaking of, my youngest grand is 9 months old, and it's a girl.
Oh boy!
I called my daughter up. I said, "It's been about a month. You need to bring my granddaughter over here and leave her here."
That's it.
I said, "Bring her over here and leave her here."
Leave her. Yeah.
That's it.
Let her be with Papa.
Yeah, and when I'm ready to take her home, I'll bring her home.
That's it. That's it.
Now,
but my grandsons, my grands, my oldest grand is 13. The other one is like 9. Them boys is too busy for Pawpaw because they playing sports. So Pawpaw shows up at the football games, at football practice, and they see me and they come running, and the first thing out of my mouth is, "Boy, when you coming to spend the weekend with me?" And the oldest one is like, "Well, Papa, I got football practice and this and that." I said, "Oh, okay. So you following in your uncle's footsteps?" He's like, "I'm trying to play ball too." I said, "But what else are you doing? Are you having fun?" I said, "We got a tree house to build."
Right.
Hey, don't forget a vision. Hey, Papa, tomorrow my birthday.
Exactly. Oh, the youngest. Hello. So for the longest, the youngest grandson. Here was his MO from day one. He would run up to me, wouldn't say one word. He would be grinning from ear to ear and just hold out his hand.
That's it.
And just stand there.
See?
And I reach in my pocket, pull out a couple dollars, put it in his hands, and he disappears.
That's it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Pawpaw field.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm okay with that because them is my boys and they know.
Go ahead, Vish. Go ahead.
No, when they know who to go to if they need something, and that's my job, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And the man to daughter, grandfather to granddaughter versus son to son or son to grandson relation. It's just completely different. I don't think my mama knew where I was between 15 and 21. I don't even remember sleeping. But I'm gonna answer 2 questions together. So LGG said it appears he lives with his mother. Maybe he is not financially independent, which could be possible. And the other question was she said, did anyone say how old the young man? So on the longer video, she said he acknowledges that he and his mother acknowledge that he's 22 years old. And based off of some of the conversation, because he never alluded to his own property, his own place or whatever, it's very possible that he could still, in fact, be living with his mom. In fact, I wouldn't rule it out either way. So
I mean, in the basement.
Yeah, he living in the basement. Right. Right.
Yeah. So,
and that's okay.
Oh, that's right. My bad, baby. 21 years. Because, I be thinking about, because it's 2023, it throw me off sometime. Let's see who got back. Oh, hey, I see you back there, young lady. You gonna get situated, and I'm gonna play some more content, and then I got to get to some of these doggone Boy, y'all got some good comments over here.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
I'm gonna bring up this young lady, and then, hey, Miss Shirley.
I'm gonna close my mouth because the queen has stepped up to the plate, and I'm gonna close my mouth and open my ears. Go ahead, Miss Shirley.
I'm gonna play this, and we're gonna talk about it on the other side, family.
Hello, how are you?
Children wise.
Uh-oh, I think we got a little delay. Can you hear us, Miss Shirley?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Let's all check this out, and we're gonna talk about it on the other side.
He's the only dad his children have ever known.
This is Raleigh. He's the youngest. Marty, Rowdy, and Carly.
But in just one day, 3 of them lost their father.
Raleigh's the one with cystic fibrosis.
2 years ago, a family doctor informed Wise that genetic tests confirmed he was not a carrier of cystic fibrosis.
And that's when he said, you know, there's no way that this boy could be yours.
Paternity tests revealed Wise did not father Rowley or his 2 other sons, Marty and Rowdy. Of his 4 children, only the oldest, Carly, was biologically his. And last year, more than 250,000 men bought into it. The results, roughly 30% who took the test found out it wasn't them. For the sake of the child, family law experts.
Now I gotta stop right there, and when we come back and talk, we're gonna get to Miss Shirley. But y'all, out of 250,000 people, hell, I don't care if it was 100 people. Now I ain't the best at math, man. I'm not a nuclear physicist. But that 30% is pretty. I know I like 30% discounts because of how much that add up to. So my mind, these little country brains I got is telling me that 30 is 20 away from being half. That is a lot of people for a survey of that quantity to, like, for real, not be the father. That's a whole lot of people. And then again, the link is in the chat. Hey, Miss April Showers, how y'all doing? The link is in the chat. It ain't gonna be no bashing session, and we ain't gonna whoop up on women too hard, this or that, but we gonna tell the truth and we gonna talk about it. And what we talking about, for everybody who came in, we talking about Tennessee Bill HB 2689, what that might do for families moving forward, because it ain't gonna be no more, you raising for 6 years or 7 years or 8 years or 33 years, none of that. No, everybody finna know right off the bat. So we in a situation where we finna go from all of these gender reveals and all this and that, and everybody happy and anticipating and can't wait to fight as soon as the news come out, as soon as the lab results, because everybody in here know what mandatory mean. Everybody know what mandatory. Hey, you ain't got no choice.
That's
you
right.
Ain't got no choice. And I think it's going to be a whole lot of truths that come out. And based on my love for sociology, I love studying the social structure of human beings, not only in my home country of the U.S., but here and everywhere else I go. Y'all, this is a game changer as it grows, because it started in one state, and then you know how things spread, baby. But let's finish this up. We're going to talk on the other side. What's up, WT? Welcome in. A resilient dad. Yeah, man, that's 75,000 dads. That's 75,000 dudes that thought they was the one. And they wasn't. Oh, my God. Let's get to it.
Experts believe the courts are unlikely to catch up with science.
They're very reluctant to leave a child without support.
Financial or emotional. So,
who's the victim here?
I want to say me first, because this was done to me because I was her husband and the children.
Some might argue it's the other way around. But Morgan Wise and thousands lined up behind him appear willing to test that theory.
Okay, family. So what happened was I actually I don't know where Miss Shirley went. Miss Shirley, come back when you come back. I don't know what happened. So this is one of those cases that I was talking about earlier when I said that so this is a case out of Texas. This gentleman, and you see, I done played a white dude, I done played a black dude. Race be damn. When it come to family court and all that kind of stuff, everybody catching it. Everybody getting their leg whipped. This man has been deemed responsible for 3 children, proven not to be his, and according to both the news, who spoke with a few court reps, but they, declined camera, of course, and according to him, bruh, the judge said, well, somebody has to pay for them. You've been doing it, so keep doing it. What, y'all, and something else that I cut out because I tried to, I didn't want it to be too long. $1,100 a month.
Ooh.
Baby, it's folks who don't even make $1,100 a month.
Right.
For all the ball. That's literally somebody whole month. If you making, you know what I'm saying, if you bringing home after tax and everything, $500. And yes, as y'all know, it's 2023. It's people out there somewhere right now who still, y'all, it's real out there.
Miss Shirley said, drop the link.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Thank you, brother.
And you're right, Jay. To that, I just want to say real quick, dude, I'm gonna tell you, when my child support was over legally with my son, you probably heard me over there.
Let me ask you something, Vint.
Yeah.
VP. Now, if your son went to child went to college, was it over at 18?
It ain't never over. It ain't never over. It just tells me, okay, so legally they stopped taking money automatically out my paycheck. And now I got to pay on my own because that's my child and it ain't never over. And now that he is in college, guess what?
You pay a little more?
Hello. Exactly. And that's okay because that's my son. Because we always want our children to do better than we did.
Yes.
Right.
So I am proud to say, yes, child support is over. And guess where we went before I took him to college last week? We went to Costco and filled up 2 shopping carts.
Hey.
But I made him go in his pocket. I said, I need you to spend this amount of money. I'll take care of the rest. And he was like, cool, Dad.
That's how it is.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up. And hey, no, that's real. I know fathers who really love their kids where the child support is over. They keep going because you was doing it anyway. Before we get to Miss Shirley and OG Big Rooster, I got to say this too. For those who don't know, who've never lived through it, seen a close friend, a homeboy, a cousin, an uncle, or somebody who has really been on the unfortunate side of family court system, even if they good people, that don't matter. Even if they doing everything right, that don't matter. But what does matter is that your driver's license is constantly compromised. Your passport constantly compromised. Whether you end up with warrants is constantly under the radar. Everything that you do is scrutinized. Everything that you achieve or strive for, like you can't just say, I'm finna leave this job. You got the manager, and the worst thing you can have is folks at your job found out about your doggone situation because they damn sure finna use it against you. You better not have a gripe or complaint. You better not show up 5 minutes late. Like really, you living in a world where everything is can be taken away from you in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
So y'all keep that in mind. Miss Shirley, how you doing, young lady? Big Rooster, what's up, bro? Miss Shirley, what you got? How you feeling today, young lady?
I'm a little under the weather, so to speak. My great grandbaby is still in the hospital, and they're trying to get her together. So, my feelings is kind of all over the place right now, but for the most part, I'm not bad. We got a bad storm that just finished passing through. It's just raining now.
Yep. Same here.
What I'm feeling about this particular topic, I used to work for the county, and I've seen women who have come in on the job that had 5 or 6 babies, and all of them had different baby daddies, and they weren't getting support for none of these kids. I've seen both sides of the spectrum, where you had men paying for kids that weren't theirs, and then you had all these kids and nobody was paying, And I've seen angry men that came in who wanted to claim their kids, but the mamas wouldn't let them because she was with somebody else.
That's right.
Ma'am.
So
That's right.
I've seen some of them who signed birth certificates and found out that wasn't their child, or they signed a birth certificate because they wanted to claim the child and take care of the child. I've seen it from every different aspect that could possibly, or scenario that you could think of, in regards to the fathers who want to care for their kids, ones who don't even know those kids are theirs, for the ones who are taking care of the kids, but the baby mamas was taking advantage of them. I've seen the baby mama drama. I mean, you name it, I can claim it. Working for the county, you see it all and some. I've even had some that I had to take away from their moms, and hoping that the dads would take responsibility for the children. Once the DNA has been proven that those are their children,
That's right.
So I've seen every kind of scenario there is when it comes to family dynamics, and some of it are good, some of it's bad, and then some you just can't even believe that it even happened. I've had an instance where a woman knew that her child was this man's baby, but he was living with a woman who had 5 children, and none of those kids was his, and he was paying child support and helping her with those, but wouldn't help the one that really was his. I mean,
that blows my mind. I've seen that too.
Yeah, you and me both. Never mind. I'm not even gonna go down that road. Keep going.
But I mean, that's an easy rabbit hole to go down, because
It
when
is.
you actually stand back and you can see these things happening, and even when you speak on them, they don't believe that you're trying to help them. They think that you're working against them when you're trying to save them headache and heartache for the long haul. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's real. That's real. I'm Vision. I want you to get to what you were saying, but I'm gonna holler at Big Rooster first. Oh, and Miss Shirley, people putting it in the chat. Much love to the baby. We praying. We know that everything.
Absolutely. We praying for that grandbaby. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Rooster, before you start, Rooster, I am not your daddy.
Hey, J3.
I'm not your daddy.
First and foremost, Miss Shirley, I'm praying for your great grandbaby. Hope all is well.
Thank you.
I know that can be hard on you. You know what I'm saying? Because babies don't ask to be here when we want to love them all and all that good stuff. Second of all, J3, I was about to tell you that I needed a daddy, but since you ain't volunteering, I guess I won't ask.
I got you, Big Roo. I got you. I got you.
Hey, yeah. So, but last but not least, man, the whole Chesa program is terrible to me. Don't get me wrong. I know it needs to be paid by somebody. We call it Chesa here. We call it Chesa, child support. Short. Chesa is short for child support. But I paid $1,200 a month for over 10 years, so I know about paying high, and it didn't stop. It didn't stop. With the $1,200 a month. You still got to do for your kids. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know a lot of dudes who used to tell their kids, "Hey man, I ain't buying you nothing. Your mama get $1,200 a month." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but I just ain't that type of daddy. Now, do I like my kids? Hell to the no. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I wanted Jordans, and I wanted PlayStations, and I wanted all that stuff. But so I gotta say that to say I really hate myself for not being a responsible dad or responsible with my you know what in the beginning. But I do love my kids to death. They gave me some beautiful hands. Had to do it all over again. Yes, I would, not without a doubt. But the system is not for us. It's not for men. So I tell every man, if you ever get in child support trouble, get you a lawyer, because you going in there trying to fight that yourself, it is not going to work for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had
that's
instances that I had clients come in, and I know that they was receiving the child support, but they weren't reporting it to the welfare office, telling us it's not our business. But yet still you want to sit there and get that cash and the food stamps for a child that you're not even taking care of. I seen mamas come in there fly from head to toe,
Right.
and the kids was looking like little rag muffins.
Right.
You know, these kids aren't receiving any parts of these benefits from the dad or the government.
Right.
But yet still, these women want to drag them into court and tell them they're not getting enough child support. I'm like, no, you're not getting personal support, because
Right.
I don't see any of it on the child. You got some nasty raggedy socks on this baby, and he smelled like his diaper had been changed all day. And you sitting here with leather jacket on and $1,500 boots on and Gucci this and, you know, whatever else back in the day, Pierre Cardin back in the day. And
Right.
this baby is looking like it's homeless. So where is this money going? And what are you doing with it? You know, so I've seen it on both sides. I've seen fathers who try to take care of their kids, and then they can't get to see their kids. Or if they get to see their kids, they can only have them for a couple of hours and got to have them back by a certain time of the day, or she's calling the police. So
Right.
I've seen a lot of good fathers who got robbed of really wanting to be in their children's lives, and then the child feels like they've been robbed because the dad wasn't there. It's because the mama wouldn't let them. So I've seen it on both sides of the coin there, where you got, oh Lord, y'all wouldn't believe some of the baby mama dramas I've seen down at the welfare department.
Right.
I know you have, Miss Shirley, and we want to hear some of that. I'm gonna get to Odoms real quick while he got a chance, and after that, I got a question for I'm gonna start with Miss Shirley with my question, but as a matter of fact, I'm gonna start with Odom. Odom, what's going on, bro? I'm gonna hear from you, and then I'm gonna drop my question.
You on mute. You on mute, Odom.
Yeah, you got your volume down. Say something when you think you got it on. But in the meantime, while Odom's
Nope. Still muted, Odom.
While Odom's asking that, I'm on. Hey, bro, Odom, maybe.
How y'all doing?
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
I'm on mute.
No,
we can hear you. You just got a delay from your speech.
Now
we can hear you.
Now you're on mute, Odom. There you go.
Delayed.
Yeah.
Man, tell that man to go next door and tell his neighbor to turn the bandwidth up.
Hello?
On the cable, huh?
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Odom, you starting to look like a bad Japanese movie. You know,
That's right.
Miss Shirley.
Yeah, what I was saying, what I was going to chime in about.
Hey, you know what, bro? Hey, try this, Odom. Drop down, and then come right back in, and I'll bring you right back
service
up.
here.
Okay. So what my question was gonna be is, and again, y'all ain't never. Well, I mean, people gonna take it however they want to. People gonna interpret whatever they feel, however they feel. You know, regardless of what you say or how you say it. I never have any intent. I was raised by a single mother who at times needed services, government assistance. I ain't ashamed of it. I turned into the man that I am today. With that being said, even with this bill and with these types of conversations, I've realized over the years, and even before my time in content creation, I never thought, y'all asked me 3, 4, 5 years ago if I'd be doing this publicly. Ain't no way in hell. But here I am. So I don't understand, and I'm trying to understand. We've had comments from Miss Shirley O.G. Gardner. We've had Miss Cheryl Faulkner, who also worked as a government employee and dealt with these types of issues, say, yeah, get tested. I always go get tested. And Miss Shirley is saying that she's seen some of the foul behavior from women and some of the foul behavior from some of the men. Why do y'all think some women out there are so not only against it, but I mean they get angry at the sheer thought of conversations like this? Like they get it, like it's vitriolic, you know what I'm saying? Like you can see it. They just get emotional and angry and mad because some of the things that are existing online right now around these conversations. It's some folk out here who really, really mad about the fact that this law is going into effect, and it's not even felonious. It's still at a misdemeanor state. But that's not the biggest part of it. I think the biggest part of it is in the state of Tennessee, the lies are over. There will be no ability to say, this your baby, he looked just like you, shouldn't you love him anyway, and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, do y'all think that that's where it's coming from, or from the parents and from the women? And if anybody want to come up and share their experience or thoughts or whatever, let me know, because I'm here to get educated on this one.
You know what, Jay, I've seen a lot of it that a lot of these women come from broken homes. Yeah. They come from where there wasn't a man in the household, or the man that was in the household was abusive. I've seen them come from stepfathers who abused them. I've seen foster care where some of these were abused. I met, and I'm not saying all, but I met a lot of women who have gone through some really hard times. They have a hard time in trusting people. I've seen them where they come from household that their mamas were schemers and they figured they could carry it on. It was almost like a generational curse. Like my grandmother did this, my mama did this, my aunties did this, you know, dogging out men. And I'm not saying all women, but I've seen quite a few over the years that I was a caseworker working for the county in regards to being slick, so to speak. And when you sit down and really talk to some of these women, they never really had a positive male image in their life. So therefore, they thought they was, you know, ninja slick, okay? When it came to dealing with men and their children, you know? So, because if you came from pretty much a stable two-parent household, I said stable because not all two-parent households are stable. True. If you came from a two-parent stable household, you didn't hear or see them people, so to speak. All right, because they had their own separate agenda. But for the ones who have come from dysfunctional households and single-parent households, and how the mom tried to provide for the household, it affects the children. Because, you know, I know during one part of my life, my son became a latchkey child. So I had to depend on he and I keeping in touch with one another so that I knew he was safe. You know how as soon as you get in the house, you got to call me, let me know you home, you in the house, and this, that, and the third. And
That's
I
right.
came through all the different ranks of a child. Like I started out as a child living with my grandmother. And then when my mom married my stepfather, then I was in the household with him. And then when he started acting crazy, she went to a single parent household. And then by me being the oldest, I became mama number 2 and big sister. So I'm helping my mom care for my brothers and sisters because my stepdad wanted to act stupid about child support. So then it changed the dynamics of the household. And then after I got older and I became a caseworker at the county, I've seen a lot worse. I've seen some at my caliber, and I've seen some that was better. I've seen it at every level. So when people come at me with the crazy stuff, I tell them, miss me with that. Okay. You know, I got good at reading people when they came and sat down at my desk in regards to what they about, what they there for, and what they gonna do. So
yes, ma'am. Miss Shirley, I got Miss Cheryl Faulkner up here too, and we got Big Rooster, Vision Preparedness, J3, and myself. Now, Miss Tracy Anderson posed a good question. Thank y'all, gentlemen, for being patient with me, because I want to hear from y'all some more before we get out of here. But I gotta ask Miss, if anybody can't see their screen, Miss Tracy, Miss Lovely Tracy. Okay, she said, what about the father pay child support and now married to someone else who will not allow him to see the children, but take care of her kids' prior relationship and raise them? First off, this is a parent. Secondly, this a woman thing. Well, we're gonna start with the ladies, and then I want to hear from the men, because this getting deep now, y'all. Miss Cheryl Faulkner, I'm gonna start off with you since you just got up here. Go ahead.
Well, myself, like Miss Shirley, I worked for the welfare office, and then I went to child support. I've seen it all. I've seen women come in, I want some more child support because he dating so-and-so. What's she got to do with anything?
Ooh.
Facts. That's right. Tell him, Miss Cheryl. Facts.
She ain't got nothing to do with that child because it ain't hers. You know, men come in, well, she on drugs, and you want me to do what with that? Because that my court order don't tell me nothing about her on drugs. I got a court order to say you supposed to do X, Y, and Z. I can't tell her how to spend that money. Now you can go, and I would always advise the man, you are entitled to go and get an attorney and bring this up, but you will not be coming to this office of child support with your attorney. They will carry that to like a family court. Yep. Child support does not get into those itty bitty details because we just have too many cases to do that. So if she on drugs and you don't like it, go get support, and then you raise your own kids. How about that? And then you sue her for child support. That's
right. That's right.
Girl. Don't come in here
saying, get a lawyer.
Don't come in here complaining about you got to pay child support. She was on drugs. I bet she was on drugs when you had the baby. So you knew that from the beginning.
Go take your child and go on about your business and leave that woman alone.
Exactly. But she don't buy food for the kids. They calling me, telling me she hungry. That's not your problem. She probably getting food stamps too. No, I would not want to see the kids go hungry. But you got to draw a line and say you're not gonna manipulate me like that.
Exactly.
I'm on the side of what is right for the child.
Exactly.
Bump how y'all feel. I don't care how either one of y'all feel.
Right. Tell him, Miss Cheryl, you absolutely right.
Now, I understand what you're saying, Miss Cheryl. Now, I'm gonna give you another little example. Is like I said, my oldest grandson, he been here since day one. Now, I went to them places where these two ladies worked at, and I told them what the circumstances was, and that he lives with me. That lady told me, "You just a jealous grandparent." I told him, I said, she's getting a stamp, she's getting everything for that baby, and that baby lives with me. She lives in another town. That baby lives with me. And I was doing it because I believe it was right. I went and got legal documents and I made them ours. So what I did was I said, hey, she's getting all this stuff for him. He doesn't live with her. They told me I was a jealous grandparent. You know what? I walked there and said, I ain't worried about it no more. I did what I was supposed to do.
You sure did. You were supposed to report, because that's fraud. That's what that's called all day long. It's called fraud.
Yeah.
So
like
you did what you're supposed to do. You got a nasty caseworker. That's what you got. Right. A nasty overworked caseworker, because most of them are overworked, with a caseload of 3,000 cases, and they have a bad day, or they always have a bad day, whichever the case. But somebody bring that to me, I write it up. Oh, really?
And you know what, Cheryl? I can really agree with that, because when I started working for the county, we were doing 200 a week. By the time I left the county, we were doing 3,000 a day.
Yeah, you're overworked, and even if you only have one letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, one letter.
You lucky if you got X, because how many people last name start with X?
Right.
I usually end it with M or T or S. No.
Miss Cheryl, just real quick. Miss Jones Truth asked what we talking about. Miss Jones Truth, we talking about House Bill 2689 coming out of Tennessee, a law that is basically going into effect that is regarding maternal and paternal malfeasance. You know what I'm saying? Like basically putting responsibility on the maternal side of the issue of the whole child support, or not custody, but the child support issue, and making parties liable. Again, as far as everything that I've seen, is not a felony. It will still be a misdemeanor. It'll be equivalent to the ticket, but that's not the kicker. The kicker is the mandatory DNA testing that will soon be taking place. So whether it's a felony or not, is to me is equally as profound, because this is a step in a direction that that's a big deal. And I'm gonna get to some of these.
I want to answer that one question. I'm sorry, Jay. I want to answer that one question about the man that was paying child support for his kids, but his wife won't let him go see his kids or deal with them.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To me, now this is my personal opinion. Now, don't I'm not saying in general, but to me, he's not a man. For the simple fact is, you let your wife demand you pay for kids that aren't his, which are hers, but you can't pay, you can't deal with your own children. How do you think she act like those kids don't have feelings, that they might need this man in their lives just like your children need your husband in their lives? So why are you letting this woman shortchange you from your own children, your own flesh and blood? Right. See, that would be a real issue for me on that, okay, regarding that, because that's just wrong. Why, alienate this man from his real children, but it's okay for him to take care of yours just because he living there? That ain't right. But yet still, he's paying child support for these other children. That ain't right. I don't care whose book or law or whatever you have. That's just not right. And we would have a problem.
Miss Shirley, there's another side to that too. He's paying child support, and the woman who's getting the child support won't let him see the kids. Not
but that part she didn't say.
Not his current, but the one he actually paying child support for, she won't let him see the kids. There's the it's on both sides. They both acting stupid.
I used to that's where the baby mama drama.
I used to live in Arizona. I sent my daughter back here to Georgia every summer. Oh, honey, the time she got out of school, the next day she was on a plane. Or the next day her grandmama was pulling up trying to pick her up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I want to know what some of these fellas think. I'm gonna start with Rooster because he got up here later on. Bro, what you think about this? Because Miss Tracy did pose a good question. I love I got your vision. I love what the lady said so far. I just want to get the male perspective because I'm leaning to agreeing with both ladies, but in the sense that I just, again, this hypothetical for me because I ain't nobody daddy, but I don't think I could be comfortable with a woman that wouldn't be comfortable with me having a relationship with my flesh and blood, especially my children. Now, if I got a crazy uncle or a crazy cousin or something, and she like, I ain't comfortable, that's different. We all grown. But when it comes to the little ones, somebody who came from me, I can't rock with no woman like that. But I want to know what you think, Rooster, J3, and then Vision. I can't hear your
volume, bro. Turn up your volume.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was listening while I was on mute.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I went through that a similar situation with my ex-wife. She didn't like kids, right? To the day she ain't no kids, and to the day she didn't need no kids. You know what I'm saying? Because she just didn't have the patience. So when the kids used to come over for the weekend, because I paid child support, the kids would come over for the weekend. She would clam up, go in the room, close the door. So I had to sit her down and check her. I was like, look, these kids didn't ask to be here, and they damn sure gonna be a part of my life, and I'm damn sure gonna be a part of their life. Now, you can get on board, or we can go down to the courthouse and get a divorce. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So with that being said, I couldn't see myself being with a woman that, I'm paying child support for my kids, but she don't want me to see my kids. That's a break right there. That's emergency breaks. Matter of fact, that ain't even a park break. That's the emergency breaks.
Right.
You gotta check it. You gotta check it right then and there. And if it don't change, you gotta be up out of there. Because, like I say, kids has to be here. You know what I'm saying? And and rather you like me having kids by somebody. Now I can understand you not liking my kids' mama. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But my kids, it's everything is about these kids. You know what I'm saying? Because I have to be there. I have to be a part of their life and show them right from wrong. And if you want to be a part of my life, you gotta be there to help out with that just as well. Because when we marry, we become one. You know what I'm saying? So that one, now we got a whole village. We got my baby mama with her husband, and then we got you and me. You know what I'm saying? So we got a village now. They got to take care of these kids. Right. So with that being said, man, if she tripping off of that, she ain't the one for you.
I know that's right.
That's right.
What's up, Picky with Alvin? What's going on? And Kim Stage, how y'all doing? Y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. Great conversation.
Rooster.
Go ahead, Jay.
I know a young fella. He had twins before he got married. He had twins. The girl that he married brought a son into the marriage that was not his. She didn't want him to have nothing to do with his twins. They had four other children. He still don't want him to do nothing with his twins, even though they grown. They were in their 20-something. And this was at a family reunion I went to, and I'm looking at them. Every time he look over there at his twins, she would nudge him. But now you got him taking care of a boy that is not his, and 3 girls that is his. Now this fella sitting over there with his little new family, looking all strange and everything. I had to go adopt him real quick. Yo, I know that's your daddy. I know how you feel, this, that, and the other, but just hang in there. You here, enjoy yourself. If he don't say nothing to you, if they don't say nothing to you, enjoy yourself. You got a family here, and these people right here are your family, even if he don't acknowledge that you his son. Right. I had to step into daddy mode, and he's not my child.
Right.
So I know how it is when a person make the man not want to pay attention to his own children, but pay attention to my children.
Right.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm with you on that, J3. But here's my thing.
Go ahead,
Any
brother.
woman that I'm in a relationship with that cannot love my children as much as I do,
that's it.
She's gonna kick rocks and move on down the road regardless. End of story, end of discussion. Don't care how much I love her, how much she loved me. If she can't love my children, we got nothing.
That's it.
End of story.
That's it. And I wanna thank y'all for response for to the panel for everybody's, good point. Y'all making some solid points.
And just to let you know, Jay, I got to drop down. I got a meeting coming up, but I want to thank you. I want to thank you for allowing me to come up on the panel, folks. Please do me two things for this brother and for all these amazing people on the panel. First of all, anybody on the panel that you have not followed, please subscribe to their channel, watch some of their videos, like, and leave a comment. And for my brother, African Dreaming, please hit that like button, share this live out, because once again, this brother brings up topics that nobody wants to talk about, but it needs to be talked about. And I truly appreciate you for allowing me to be part of this panel, bro.
Oh, it's all love, fam. Thank you. Vision
Have a
Preparedness,
good day,
ladies
bro.
and gentlemen. If you don't know him, you need to know him. Check out Vision Preparedness. Vision, when you step down, make sure you drop your link again. You can catch him every Thursday and every Saturday, and sometimes in between, bringing you that knowledge that you need to know. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for always sliding through. For real.
Always. And you may want to catch my live tomorrow night, Jay, because your boy's going to be on there with me.
Okay, we're going to
And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to make you go check the thumbnail out to see who's on there. Your arch enemy, who's always giving you grief in the chat, in your chat, is going to be on my live with me tomorrow night.
I'm going to be there for Mr. DH. For Mr. DH, I'm going to be there.
Exactly. I love y'all. Have a blessed day. Everybody stay safe.
Peace, bro.
All right. Take care of me.
Absolutely.
All right. I'm a little bit behind in the chat. What's up, Krista? Outspoken Libra Krista. Anybody else who done tipped off in here that I might have missed? I am going to say this, family. If y'all, and this is to the panel, if y'all see any questions or anything in the panel that you want to respond to, bring it to my attention. I can put it on the screen and we can talk about it. Kick it with Alvin, man. It's good to see you in here, my brother. Thank you. So this is my question for everybody up. Can y'all still hear me? It got real quiet after Vision dropped down.
No, yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Miss Shirley, J3, Miss Cheryl. Let me bring Miss Cheryl back up. I want to hear what Miss Cheryl, can you hear me? I would keep dropping down. Every time I bring Miss Cheryl up, it dropped down. I want to say this. Having worked, and I wish Miss Cheryl, maybe it'll stick this time. I want to know what y'all think. And when Big Rooster get back, I'll ask him. Miss Shirley, how do you think this gonna go? Because I'm starting with you, and then I'm gonna bring it around. Miss Shirley, what do you think this gonna be?
A lot of panicking. There's gonna be a lot of panicking amongst women who have been what's the word I'm looking for? Sideline these guys into paying for child support for children that they know that's not theirs. It's going to be a lot of women going to be doing some disappearing acts. It's going to be a lot of stories that's going to be coming up and excuses in regards to how this happened and how, like you see on a lot of those fraternity court shows, I thought that he was the daddy, whereas they say, well, 1 minute they say, oh, I have never been with anybody else but him. But then when the DNA come back and says that he's not the father, well, it's going to be a whole lot of that going on. It's going to be a whole lot of children that's going to get caught up in the middle of all of this. The most innocent parties is going to be the children. While the parents is duking it out, you're sending all these poor kids through emotional turmoil. It's going to be so many kids that's going to be flipping out and saying, well, who really loved me? If this ain't my daddy, who is my daddy? Where is he at? How come I've never seen him? In some cases, the mama might have told the daddy she might have been pregnant with these kids. In some cases, that she's not sure which it is, or she hasn't told the real daddy. It's going to be so many scenarios and stories popping up on the news on all of this crap. But the worst part about it is the children's going to pay for it. Because for the men who decide to stop paying child support or visiting these kids got to deal with turning their lives around and losing the only maybe positive male images in their life that just got dumped because mom been lying to them all these years about who the real father is. And like I said, it's going to be a lot of news for a long time. But the biggest problem of all of this is that the children is going to pay for it.
We had one case here in Georgia like that. The man had been paying child support for 11, 12, 13 years. And then he went over on his visitation to take the kid to soccer, whatever. And him and her were having words and said, but that's not your baby anyway. And he turned around and went and got blood tests, and it proved that he was not the father. Now, when I left child support here in Georgia, that case was still hemmed up at the Supreme Court.
But just think about the kids who get in an accident and they need a blood transfusion, or they're trying to match a blood type and find out that that's not their kid.
Right.
And that's the wrong
they
time to
can't
be
find a
finding out.
real dad, they can't find a real parent to match up the blood, whether this child might have leukemia or has a rare blood type or any of those medical conditions. And then all of a sudden she's standing there with egg on her face talking about, well, I thought he was yours.
Right.
I tell all my nieces and nephews, a lot of them hate me too. Get a blood test because that ain't your baby.
Yeah, sometimes it's got to be said. I'm gonna hear from my man J3 too, also. But I gotta say this real quick. I know that it may not seem like it in the moment, but this is just my presumption moving forward. If this grows, and if you see a lot from this, which like everybody that said so far, that it's gonna be a calamity. You might see a couple melees in hospitals and in hospital parking lots or at whatever center or wherever the results are delivered. Back in people's homes, wherever this
court office.
Popo gonna come to a lot of bad houses.
Yep.
A lot of houses.
Yep.
Y'all, I think moving forward with all the stuff that's already going on, I honestly believe that this will redefine American society and American culture. I think that in a decade from now, if this spreads to all 50 states and territories, baby, it's gonna be it's a new day. It is a new day.
Domestic violence is going to go through the roof.
Yes.
I gotta say this real quick. J3, I don't mean to keep cutting you off, bro. I'm gonna shut up, J3. Go after this. But I got to say this. A man in Jamaica recently decapitated his wife because he found out that 6 kids that he thought was his wasn't his. Y'all, it's finna get real out here, in my estimation. Big Rooster, you back. What we saying is, and I gotta go to J3 first, but after you get situated, the question is, what do you think that this new law is going to, what do you think is going to come as a result of that? But J3, you go ahead first, bro. Go ahead.
I'm going off in a little left field again. Now,
of course you are. Go ahead.
Actually, this situation, I'm going back a few years, 1935, when they implemented welfare. Originally, welfare wasn't for us, but was for the young poor whites.
Yep.
And it rolled over to us. And it comes to this situation right here still. Me having kids will be a way I can get welfare and money. Whether it's my husband's, whether it ain't my husband's, it don't matter who. If it belonged to the gorilla next door, it's a way for me to get money. And true enough, with this blood test thing coming on, it will be much better to kind of put things in line.
Yep.
In order to get in line, there's going to be a lot of mishaps in the process where it's going to take away.
Yeah.
We're going to make a lot of zombies around here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the thing to it is, I don't want to make it a racial thing, but when we look at a lot of it, it is due to racial. It is due to racial, and it's due to us men being put in prison for nothing to mess up this race of ours with the women and the men, and we actually fall in line with it to continue messing it up.
Yep.
And when something come along to try to straighten it, things seem to have to get worse before they get better. And that's where we're at right now. It's going to end up getting worse before we can even make it better.
Yeah.
Women know that, hey, they know who they sleep with. The guys know who they sleep with. But the point to it is, it's all to get a dollar. It's something to mess up the individual mind, heart, and soul. That's it.
I think on the other side of this, it might be 10 years from now, 15 years from now, but damn it, you're gonna start seeing families again. Because the only people who gonna fool with each other is the people who legit 100% want to be together, because the proof gonna come out in the pudding. Unless they just willing to take that chance, but you're gonna have to go through at least a decade or a half a decade of people watching SHIT go wrong with other. I try to watch my language when I got these two young ladies up here. I try to hold it down, but it's people gonna have to see other people fall on their face over and over and over and over again before either people continue to decrease the population by deciding or electing to not become parents at all, or people who do want to have families. You're gonna see commitments back on the rise. You might see another Wall Street over here again, because it's gonna have to happen, because it ain't nowhere to run, baby, ain't nowhere to hide. So everybody gonna have to be on the up and up. But the thing about this is it goes both ways. Now, I know at first glance it might seem like it's kind of not oppressive, but it targets women. But in all actuality, bruh, if you call yourself a married man or a committed man and your ass out here living wrong, and this sister pop up out the blue and say, that's my baby daddy, well, guess what? It's coming out too without no whole bunch of questions. So everybody finna get it. But Big Rooster, what you say, sir, before we move forward?
I'm sorry, I was in and out. I was dropping off. So I just want to say, man, you know, it falls on both individuals, male and female. You know what I'm saying? If female, you know what I'm saying? You know who you're dealing with, and you know, just man, I got all kind of child support stories, man. I know a lady who made her husband pay child support, and they was living together. I say, hold on. But then he about it, and then so one day we was talking, and they divorced now. We was talking, and she said, you know, I know he used to complain to y'all about me paying child support, and we was living together, but she said the reason I made him pay child support, because had I not made him pay child support, he was running off and spending all his money on dope. So
really,
I made sure my kids was taken care of first. And,
I can see
then,
that.
you know, so and yeah, that's right. And then I know I'll just tell you one thing though. So, man, if you're trying to avoid child support, don't do it, because it just makes it worse on you. You know, I remember, so I paid for my kids. You know what I'm saying? Even when I wasn't, in the household, but that don't mean nothing. Like, the women at the people at the district attorney's office, child support division says, you was doing what you had to. So don't look for us to get, grievance on it. But she said this, she said that, and that's what we going by. So I ended up paying like $20-something thousand in arrears. You know what I'm saying? For child support. So, on top of paying that $1,200 a month thing, and I tell you one thing, man, when that first child support check, hey, that first one, it'll make a grown man cry, boy, when you get money.
Hey,
I know it will. I know it will.
Man, it will make a grown man cry. I'm telling you. So just,
But you know what,
I just say, man.
Rooster?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead,
No,
Miss Shirley.
I was just thinking, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just thinking about how that the guys that actually pay out child support, I hope that they go through the court to do it, because I've seen where men have given the woman directly the child support and she still drug them into court to get more. And I'm like, but as long, a lot of them were smart enough to keep the receipts in regards to the stuff that they buy for the children, so that they could show that they had neglected this child. So you got a lot of deceitful women out here. Even when you try to do right by them, they can still act a fool. So I commend you in regards to doing it.
Let me add to that, Miss Shirley. So, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that was a situation that I went through while paying child support, right? Now, me and my kid's mama didn't get along. And so, the court ordered the child support. So I was fine with that. I was paying it through the courts and everything. Well, she didn't like the way child support was distributing her the checks, right? So she brought me back in court and told the judge she wanted me to pay directly. I told the judge, I said, listen, man, we don't get along. I said, I would love to keep this going the way it is. I don't want to deal with her attitude and all this shit. And then we be right back in here, right? Sure enough, he was like, well, if she wanted it directly from you, you're going to have to pay it. Okay, I'm just telling you, we're going to be right back in here. I mean, man, I paid my child support, kept the checks and the receipts for 5 months straight. Man, do you know, she wanted more money, and then she got tired of, me and her we argue all the time. Then she want to go back to court and tell them she want more money and she want them to take the money. I say, you see what I'm saying? I came in here and told y'all this shit 6 months ago.
Right.
I said, man, listen. I say, listen, man, this is a waste of time for me. It was fine the way it was the first time. If she wanted to come back and do a review and get a raise, we would have still been going through the courts. I don't want to deal with her on that, on that level, period. Pick my kids up. That's all I want to do. Pick my kids up, deal with them, drop them off, and be about my business. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with her, So,
sure,
yeah,
sure.
I hear what you're saying, Ms. Shirley, when you say that.
Yeah. And that goes to what Miss Jones Truth said. The times and what people do will always dictate what laws are made. And for those who don't know, we covered a little bit of it earlier. We covered a situation out of Detroit. We covered a situation out of Texas. The situation out of Texas, there was a father a father of 4 who was deemed to only be the father of 1 child, the oldest. The other 3 boys were not his at all. State of Texas said, bruh, hey, you signed the birth certificate, whether they're yours or not biologically, you on the hook for it. He paying $1,100 a month. The other case was out of Detroit with a gentleman who was minding his own business, got a letter at his home, which I'm finna go into that a little bit. Got a letter at his home. The letter say, look here, partner, you done got old girl pregnant, she petitioning you for paternity, and he didn't know who the woman was. He never met her. He never seen her. He didn't know her from Eve. And he went to the news station. The news station made such a big deal about it that the woman actually eventually brought the child in for testing. Testing proved that he wasn't the father, and he ended up worming his way out of that. But in a state like Michigan and a few other states, look here, man, all it takes is your name, your date of birth, your address, and that's it. And the crazy part is, speaking of letters, what if you change addresses and the letter go to the wrong house? If you miss a court appearance, then you still at fault. So you could be deemed fault.
They call that default, Jay. You in default
by default.
There are cases on that, you know, because we have to do due diligence to bring the case to court, which means we have verified his address, we have verified his employment, yada yada yada. When you are served, as far as the paternity part, you are served by a certified process server. You not just mail no letter. Now, subsequent, you know, other things, you may be mailed a letter, but your initial, this child, you served by a process server. It's not just the mail.
But sometimes they even have a deputy develop a letter.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, Miss Shirley. They sent, hold on, Jay, real fast. They sent a fine ass deputy to serve me. I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, I just had to say that. I was like, wow. My coworker said, hey man, the sheriff came looking for you. I say, the sheriff? They said, yeah. She was, so she left a card. And I'm like, man, what the fuck is the sheriff looking for me for? And showed up. And the reason child support became up is because I got married. Oh, you ain't gonna be giving that bitch all my money.
Right. Yeah. But I think that might be as recent that the way that it's conducted now. Y'all ladies have experience in the field and in the office. Y'all know that I started, but I didn't pursue. I didn't go through with it because of my unorthodox representation. With that being said, I think some of those new laws, like with it being done through an actual credited processor or even a deputy, I think in some states, because every state still ain't got it, and I think it may be as recent as 2008, 2010, between 08 and 12. But y'all ladies, y'all rocked in that game for a long time. So was it always that way in your state of occupation, or did y'all see it go from being old school to new school?
I worked in Arizona and in Georgia. Both states had process servers or the sheriff.
Okay.
Most of the time.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio. We have we've had state troopers and deputy sheriffs deliver to your door, and they will tell you once they hand you that piece of paper, you've been served.
Served. You've been served. That's exactly what she told me. I was like, well, can I get a phone number or something?
Leave your letter.
Damn. But you know, I must say, I think that's a better way to do it anyway, because that keeps the BS down. Because you send some any old motherfucker to my door, excuse my French. Who the fuck are you? That's my first question. And why in the fuck are you serving me papers and you don't even know me? You know what I'm saying? So I can't get jiggy with the sheriff. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a better way that keeps the trouble down. You know what I'm saying? And all that, because you assault a sheriff, it's one deal, but you assault a regular person, it's another deal. The sheriff, you're gonna get some time. The other person, they may come back with their family member, and you never know.
You breaking up a little bit, bro. But go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I was just saying, I think the better way is to have someone in law enforcement serve you papers. That's all.
Absolutely. it legitimizes it in a way that somebody in plain clothes who may be under reacting under an attorney or even a state individual who just in plain clothes, especially in today's day and age, a uniformed officer in any capacity, be it city police, state police, county sheriff or deputy or what have you, I think that's a lot more effective because it just gives an initial level of legitimacy. So, and
well,
it's
it
safe.
lets you know how just important that is. And that's not just a piece of paper. You just, when you come in the house, you throw it on the table and walk away. You need to open up and read it.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. For sure. For sure.
You're right about that, Miss Shirley. You're right. It ain't no piece of paper. It's a whole stack of papers. I said, this a book. She didn't serve me a book.
Well, they ask you for your set of circumstances, especially on the paternity part, because some states honor your name is on the birth certificate. I wouldn't let none of my nephews and nieces know you're not signing nothing, honey. And I would tell her, go take your butt down to child support. It costs $25 to file paperwork. We'll see you at the blood test.
Right.
I would even give him my address. You want to serve him at my house? Here go my address. I don't care. I'll bring him to court. Don't worry about it. He'll be there.
And I think, Miss Shirley, and I know everybody ain't gonna be in love with what I'm finna say, but sometimes you need, like I said earlier, certain things. Even if they say the exact same thing and what both parties say is true, sometimes you just need to hear stuff said by a woman, especially an experienced woman, somebody with. Because I sit up here and it may look biased, it may look like I'm being derogatory or negative or whatever. You got two good grown seasoned women sitting up here who worked in this field, both basically emitting y'all. I said y'all. I'm trying to be professional right now. Say emitting the same basic concepts in agreement. Hell, I don't know what else to tell you, y'all. Everybody ain't gonna tell you the truth all the time. And yes, even people that you in love with, even people who you have a relationship, casual or whatever the degree of intimacy may be, baby, it's been folk out here who done raised folk their whole lives. And I think it was J3 or no, it might have been Vision. I can't even remember was up here earlier. Some people that knew the truth and then took it to their grave.
Mm-hmm.
Get the test.
Yeah. Well, Jay, at one time it used to be nothing but grandmamas raising kids. It seemed like 1 year, not too long ago, where
yes, ma'am.
It looked like every grandmama out here had their kids. They were either hooked on alcohol or drugs, or they just dropped them off and said, watch them a couple hours and never came back. I mean, we have seen over the years the different phases that our children have struggled to go through. And
yes,
it's showing now in this so-called, what is this? Is this the X or Z generation? It's so many generations with letters, initials. I don't know what generation we in now.
Me neither. I don't
X, Z, millennium.
Z.
I'm tired of trying to keep up with them. I'm just trying to keep up with them. But now, they got their own agenda. Now they're trying to tell us what they want us to perceive in this generation. And I'm like, no, it's still the same. Like Cheryl said, she was in Georgia and Arizona. People are still the same wherever you go. It doesn't make a difference what state you in. If you screw it up, you screw it up. It's simple as that. If you got pregnant, you got pregnant. If it's another baby's daddy, it's a different baby's daddy. It's the same, not just here in the United States. It's like that all over the world. Okay?
Yes, absolutely.
It don't make a difference what walk of life you are, what nationality, what your ethnicity, any of that. That story can be told and has been heard from other people from all over the world. So when this law finally started going into effect, like I said, domestic violence is going to go through the roof because it's going to be a lot of pissed off dads that's going to be going off when they realize that these kids that they've been paying child support since the day they was born is not theirs. Yeah.
Hey, this is a question that maybe y'all can help with, because as I said before, I switched over to mental health, so I didn't really go deep into social work, even though that's how I started. But that's nonetheless. Miss Tracy Anderson's question is, what happens when your child lives with you and the mother getting state benefits for the child, claiming the child taxes every year? It's hard out here for the fathers, no justice.
Okay,
that's what I said earlier.
First of all, mother's getting benefits, she's committing fraud. Now, just what you did, J3, and you got one of the little anger caseworkers, you did all you could do. But now, if the mother has the child and she's getting benefits, the dad has to have some sort of something in order to file taxes on the kid. Because nowadays you can't file taxes without a Social Security number. Back in my day, my daddy used to put the dog on the taxes. It didn't matter.
I know that, right?
but you know, now you have to have a number attached to a person, because you know, back when I was growing up, I didn't get my Social Security card till I was like 10 years old. Now you get it, you got a Social Security card when you 3-4 days old.
3-4 days old.
Yeah, before you come to that hospital, you done talk to the lady that worked for the Social Security office to get the information, and 2-3 weeks later, you get your child's Social Security card.
Yes, ma'am.
When I was born, my mama took me up to the Social Security office. I was walking and talking and in school before I got my Social Security card.
Me too. And my mama didn't even give me mine till I had to register for selective service.
Yeah,
that was
I didn't get my child until he went to college. Like, what you need it for?
What you need it for? Exactly. See, getting protected when you don't understand. I want to hear from the rest of y'all, but I'm gonna say this too. And this ain't for all young ladies. This ain't for all my young sisters. I want to hear what y'all think. But look here, family. A whole bunch of these sisters, Miss Shirley, matter of fact, Miss Shirley and J3, Rooster, I don't know if you was in that live I did where I was I used the clip, the video from the young lady who was talking about having she owns no, Rooster, you was there. I think you came up.
Yeah, the one who owned the condo in the project.
The condo in the yeah, that one. And it's like, man, these young, stop telling on yourself. If you gonna get it how you get it, you literally building a case against yourself by trying to stunt, by trying to show off, by talking about how you a bad bee and you a businesswoman and this and that. But you out here getting stamps, you getting WIC, you getting TANF, you getting all of this stuff. And you stop hurting yourself in that capacity. But anyway, y'all go ahead, because I want to hear from y'all about that right there.
Well, I just want to say ignorance.
First of all,
ignorance is at an all-time high, man. That's all I got to say, Mr.
Facts, bro. Facts.
I just want to say that they want to be seen. They have been pushed back so far till now. They want everybody to see that they're either better than their next door neighbor or better than what that first cousin. Because you know, you always got that auntie that'll talk about, well, you know, so-and-so got a job and she working at so-and-so, she got a new car or she just got a new house, you know. And I know a lot of women who lived in the projects, they rent one but like $25 a month. And they might have been getting $200 or $300 every month, along with the food stamps and medical coverage. And a lot of them had enough sense to bank that money and started buying houses or started a business or what have you. But like you said, though, they got the big head to go with it and start telling on themselves. Then they want to know why is IRS knocking on their door, talking about an audit.
Right.
Or, you know, what have you. It's because being prideful and just sometimes just downright ignorant. You know,
Yep.
I mean, that list can get real long in regards to how they can screw themselves up. But do you think that after listening to other people who've gone through that and been arrested, you know, the first thing they always say, "Oh, it ain't gonna happen to me," until they knock
That
on
mindset.
their door and throw them and go
That's
that
it.
click up on their wrist, you know. So
Fact.
yeah.
You know, I like even we tell folks here on YouTube, be yourself. Stop trying to impress and be other people. I don't care because Rooster got $1 million. I don't care.
Hold on, man. You got the wrong person, man.
I'm not gonna tell everybody else. I'm not gonna tell everybody else I got $5 million. I got 4 houses and 6 cars and all. I'm not gonna do that. You hurt yourself, and the thing to this, sometimes you realize you're hurting yourself, but then stupidity step in, and you just don't realize you're hurting yourself.
Yeah,
facts.
That's it.
Y'all, I got to say something. No, you right, J3. You got it, but like Rooster said a while ago, Miss Shirley said it a little nicer. Rooster said, you know what you say, bro. It's like a stupid is an addiction. However you put it, it's a whole lot of people out there who moving like that. But y'all, Steph Shockley, and thank you for sharing this, Steph. We appreciate you, family, for being vulnerable and just open. She said, I'm about to be 40. My dad is still paying child support, the rears, because my mom is getting government assistance. I'm his only child, but my mom has 5. Fam, 40 years? 40 years, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all, this ain't a game. Now, luckily for me, and I'm not popping my collar. I'm not saying I just did something super right or this or that. I met my wife when I was super young, and we've been together ever since. So I ain't got no outside chilling. And I'm not knocking nobody who do, because we all human. People make mistakes. You know, life happens. So I'm not knocking nobody. I'm just saying the thought of having this. Oh, hell, even the longer. Damn, a mortgage 30 years. I'm not talking about a 15-year arm. I'm not talking about a 15-year. I'm 30 years. So you've been paying a whole decade longer than most people pay off a dwelling. That is, y'all, please go ahead. Somebody say something, because damn.
I used to monitor my cases, and again, everybody couldn't do that, but I had a little system for each child come off, X amount of dollars come off that child support. She definitely ain't gonna say nothing, but 9 times out of 10, for that child's birthday, he gonna be up in office. I can guarantee you. That baby didn't turn 18. Okay, when does that baby graduate high school? Oh, they already graduated high school. I said, well, you let me know when 18 comes, but by the time he lets me know, I've already put an alert on that case. Child turning 18 on May the 11th. So May the 1st, I'm cutting that chick off. She gonna have her feelings. She gonna have her feelings hurt. I ain't waiting on her.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you know, here in Ohio, if they go to college and they're registered, they're still liable for child support till they turn 21.
In Arizona and Georgia, they're only liable unless it's a divorce decree they're enforcing. If they're enforcing child support through a divorce decree and it says if the child goes to college, then they will enforce it. But if it's just a regular child support order, they stop.
Yeah.
Do y'all see the knowledge y'all getting? Do y'all see the knowledge that y'all getting, man? Look here. I wanted to stay in this. I'm glad I went over in the mental health side, because some of my co-workers and homegirls, baby, I'm for real. Y'all think it's an exaggeration. I'm not kidding. So one of them was doing an internship. And I'm going to get back to the conversation, but one of them was doing an internship. One of them was doing a, excuse me. And the other one had been hired. So literally, the first like maybe 3 weeks, I see them over in my department. They coming over to me and we talking and like, hey man, y'all, we did it. It's good. We out of orientation. Hey, you know, look here. Every time I went over to their side, they folders started out like this, and then they folders went to this. And then they folders went to this. And so I asked, well, I was like, man, and I noticed y'all hanging around longer. Like, how many cases you got? Man, how you about you the one that got hired? You just hitting your 90 days and you already got 200. You got in real life, you got 200 cases that you working on in whatever time frame. I can't remember if it was the week.
That ain't a lot. That ain't a lot.
No, it's not.
200, and we only been there a couple of months.
That ain't nothing.
When I walked into child support, and I came from the welfare office, my caseload started out at 2,500. It started out as that, and that was only because I was splitting M's. Well, in Arizona, you know, M is a popular, you know, Mendoza, Mendez, whatever.
Yeah.
So, and that was 2,500, and it went up to 3,000. But the other person that had the other half of the M's, hers went up to 3,000 as well.
Yeah.
We was
and like here, you had, and see, it's the same way here. I mean, you know how popular Jones, Smith, Williams, you know, so I'm like, Cheryl, you know, you walked in the door. I was still in training and I was already crying because I was like, I got to read all these case files. And see, back in the day, we didn't have laptops and computers. We had typewriters, carbon paper. If you made a mistake, you had to take that carbon paper out and put 3 fresh new sheets in there and press hard to get that stuff all the way through. They just don't know how easy they got it now compared to what we went through. And also, I dealt also not just with eligibility, I also had to deal with adoptions as well as mental health, because everybody that walked in there didn't always have them all. Okay. That includes the children that might have Down syndrome or MS or, you know, LS or whatever, you know, and the parents can also be schizophrenic and bipolar. I mean, I had to deal with all of that.
That ain't including the ones that walked in and you seen the children with cigarette butts in your arm, then you got to train them.
Abuse. And that's where we had to deal with adoption, where I actually had to take children away from their parents and place them, you know, because that wasn't a safe environment for those children to be in. And then a lot of times the relatives, if they couldn't get that money that the mom was getting for them children, they didn't want them.
Exactly. They
put them in the system. You had to put them in the system.
See, y'all was state. That's the good thing for me. I was private, and it was a smaller. It was a smaller environment. Now, mind you, it was not a conglomerate. It was a chain of different facilities, but it was private. I knew in school. Now, I would have been grateful, but I didn't want to go there because if y'all just see the woman who's sitting there kind of typing when y'all walk into some of these places and you think it ain't a whole lot of work or a whole lot of this and that, when you working with DFAS, when you working anything in the social services is so completely overwhelming.
Yes,
you really can't wrap your head around it. And maybe I shouldn't have done this early on in my career. I might have been still in it, but at that phase of it, I was working with drug and alcohol dependency, and I shouldn't have said it like this, but the old me came out, and I can be professional, y'all. Being country or not, I'm still capable of being professional. But we was dealing with this particular interview, and I was getting trained on counseling process and this and that. Dude, anyway, I ain't gonna get too far into it. I was like, man, you fresh off a bump, ain't you? You fresh off a bump. And he looked at me, he started smiling, and we ended up having a great conversation. And he ended up being truthful with me, and we just talked about it. Hell, you high? I'm not. I'm at work. You the one high. Let's talk about all of it. But the person in the room with me, actually, you know, a supervisor at the time, I didn't follow the
protocol.
The script. I didn't handle it like how they wanted me to handle it, but we got the same results. I just didn't do it that way. And that wasn't the only time that happened. So, you know, being a little bit less orthodox than everybody else who can just check the boxes, go off the script. Y'all, man, how you doing today? Hey, come on, be real. You come on. Come on, talk to me.
Yeah.
And then,
Jay, but I was like that. When I first started working, I was green. So those folks was coming in there and was running what they call it, roughshod all over my butt. And when I got tired of going home crying and upset, when I got tired of being cussed out and hollered at like I was their child, I walked in there one day. I sat down at my desk. I had my client come in and sit down. Chick act like she wanted to slap me. So wait a minute. I rolled my chair back, Jay. I started taking my earrings off. I took my blazer off and started putting it on the back of my chair. Girlfriend bagged up. She was like, what did you get ready to do? I was like, you know what? You got to bring ass to get ass. That's the way I was feeling that day. And after that day, I went from being little Debbie to hardcore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I had enough. And I knew this was, that little meek and mild manner wasn't going to work for this job. I had to almost get on their level to deal with them on a daily basis. When they came in there and sat down at my desk, I could read them from head to toe and know what kind of day.
You can't always go by script.
Miss Shirley. Miss Shirley.
I'm sorry, say that again. What?
How many days did you last going home and cry?
It lasts about a week.
Oh, okay. I made it to day 2. I'm like, girl, I don't know who you think you talking to.
No, I did it for a week because I always tried to pride myself on being able to talk and relate to people. And I thought that I could sit down and try to talk to people with like common sense. But some women and men that was coming in there wasn't having it. They wasn't having it. They was coming in there like they was ready to take me out.
Mm-hmm.
So
you got to come to them on their level because they don't know no other level.
Right.
You can't bring them. You can't bring them up to you. I got to meet you at the door where you at.
You have to dumb down yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And let them know. Okay, this is what you want. This is what you got, boo.
Okay. J3 and Miss Shirley, I'm way behind in the chat. I seen some folk come in here, the Educated Natural, Big Rooster. I'm finna drop the link again. Random J, what's going on, brother? Taurus Brains back in here. Miss Anderson still in here. We got some questions. Again, Miss T with the T. Thank y'all for being in here. But look, I got some questions. I know if I got questions,
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go because I was out working on my cameras and stuff, on my outside cameras. And I got caught in here. I ran in here just to answer a few, but ended up staying 2 hours.
Now you know I ain't no such thing as that, Jay.
You heard. I'm gonna let him run with that.
But I need to run. I need to run back out there and get these cameras before these kids start coming home and stuff. So hey, peace, love y'all. I'll be listening to you though. I'll be listening to you.
Okay, much love. Much love. All right, brother. Thank you, J3. I got these two beautiful ladies willing to spend some time with a youngster. I love how they always willing to call themselves making time for the young folk. We appreciate you. Y'all got questions in the chat. I'm gonna get to them. We gonna start with this one though. Wellness for Frugal Mama said, what do y'all think about limiting births or having birth limits? I just want to hear what y'all think, because y'all done seen some folk who haven't been the best parents, and I've literally, some of the capacities that I've acted in and worked in life, I've gotten to see some stuff I could have lived without seeing firsthand, both in my neighborhood and in my childhood and in my immediate environment, and also under a professional level. So I'm not sure.
Really been paying attention to it. People aren't having babies like they used to. A lot of people are waiting. They're not doing it in their 20s anymore. This like their early 30s, mid 30s. A lot of people are trying to get established, financially or career wise. And in some cases, when it gets to a certain point, they don't even want kids anymore. They like traveling with their mates or with, or girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever, where they don't have to worry about the care. You got more people out here buying cats and dogs and having their fur babies. You know, they say these are my children. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think the birth rate is as high as people think it is anymore.
That part is true, but on the other hand, how would you control that? We ain't got abortion no more. So even if there was such a thing as birth limit or whatever, who gonna control it?
Well, like they said, that's what raincoats is for.
They don't always work. They get a hole in them.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. As slick as these new cats is, they'll find a way out of that raincoat. But I want to go back to what Miss Shirley was saying just a moment ago. When she was saying that she used to try to talk to people with common sense. I don't know if y'all know, me and Sassy had a show one time, and she used to always say on the show, common sense is a flower that doesn't grow in everybody's garden. That makes a lot of sense.
It does.
A lot of sense. And it's hard to, it's hard to talk to people that don't have common sense, because common sense is just common. It's just, you should know these things off back. You know what I'm saying? Off topic. Just certain things people should know, but they just don't. They don't care. So I know common sense grew pretty dang good in my garden.
You can't always say that they don't know. They may not have been taught. They may have grew up in the woods somewhere.
Yeah, but you still, even if you grew up under a rock, you got some kind of common sense, right? You knew to get from up under that. You knew to get from up under that rock at one point or another, right?
I hope.
I hope.
So and then real fast on the birth rate, I don't think it should be any limits to birth. I think, like Miss Shirley said, the rate is going down, and I see that a lot because I know a lot of people that have children, and I'll be like, man, what are they waiting for? You know what I'm saying? But I respect that because I had kids at a young age. I was well, not as young as a lot of people, but I had kids when I got in my 20s, I started having kids. And at 20-something, you're still a kid yourself. You don't realize it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Because you think you're the man and all of that. But
right. But
like I said before, I wanted those things that I was buying for my kids for Christmas. I wanted those things. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I respect the people for waiting, but I don't believe in that birth limits. If you feel like you can take care of 25 kids, hey, get to work. You got to get to work.
I know,
but if you feel like you can only take care of one, like I ask my daughter all the time, she got one kid, and I ask her all the time, be like, you gonna get this baby a sister or brother? She's like, man, Daddy, I don't even want her.
Yeah.
It's
real lucky to get that one.
On the other hand, he the whole basket, a starting lineup right now. You know what I'm saying? On basketball, So
yeah,
like I say, I got that 50-50 chance with my children. I got one trying to go to Penn State and one trying to go to the state pen. I'm just lucky enough to have some kind of balance.
Right. Right. I gotta say this because when you said what you said, Rooster, Wellness for Frugal Mama shared my sentiment. She said that's the thing, you gotta pay to play, so to speak. Look here.
For real.
I know it's perfect. I know she full of flaws, and my people have been treated like hell and back. But it's something unique about America. It comes with a price. But baby, if you get your ass outside of America, Canada, and the UK, come over here to where I'm at right now. You can have 18 of them, 13 of them, 9 of them, which is very common over here. A small family is 4 kids by average. A small family is 4 or 5 kids. An average size family is like 6 to 8, 9-ish, maybe 10. Baby, ain't nobody helping you with nothing. It ain't no WIC. It ain't no TANF. Housing, what the hell is that? You better take your ass out there and build one. Like, so I don't think people, and that I'm glad it came from the ladies who shared that sentiment, and I don't think that's the case for everybody. I forget who it was put in the chat, said that these benefits are to be a helping hand over a period of time, but not a lifestyle. Not like Miss Shirley done spoke on, Miss Cheryl done spoke on, where you have literally 3-4 generations who are now recipients lifelong of every benefit that the state or government can afford you. And I know every situation is unique, so I'm not crapping on my sister. I ain't trying to shit on nobody. My sisters are my brothers out here. But what I am saying is, some people do make it a lifestyle. And for those who don't know, what's up, Miss D's Hollywood Garden, Growing Out the Box, anybody else who came, Random J's Adventures, ARD, A Resilient Dad, still in here. Look, family, I mean, it ain't a whole lot of places on earth where that's even an option to make that a lifestyle. You got 3 countries I can think of: the US, most of the European countries, and Canada. Now, there may be some forms of assistance and variations in this country or that country. You can get help for this or help with that. But when you can just count on it monthly, like damn it for forever, hell no. Everybody around here be grinding, baby, us included. You got the, if you don't get out there and get it, you not eating that day.
Exactly. You ain't getting it.
Period. But
And
I didn't mean to
that's why
call.
the government here started coming up with programs where they were sending mothers back to school, learn a skill so that they can gradually wean themselves off the welfare system. And that if you didn't enroll and try to put forth an effort in that class or failed it, they took you off public assistance.
That's correct.
So a lot of them finally decided that, okay, let's break this generational trend of getting for public assistance. And not only that, make a better example as a mother for your children, that you don't have to depend on the government to take care of you, that you can learn how to be independent and depend on yourself. So a lot of them had to learn how to get their GED. A lot of them had to, go back to school and learn. And a lot of them were quite intelligent. They was just lazy. And that little push helped make them go into that and into these programs, and found out that they really like working and making their own honest money and getting a paycheck, and got off of public assistance. And that was the whole purpose of the program, that you could find your own work, that you don't have to be like that. So for a lot of them, they did take it in. For the ones who didn't, well, they out there doing this, that, and the third.
Well, they did, when I left Arizona and moved to Georgia, they made a new law that you can only receive TANF for 2 years. Unless
a lot of states are doing that. Yep.
Yeah, unless you're disabled or some special circumstances. They have to be very special circumstances. And I did a workshop for one of the sororities on girls who were just having babies. Yeah.
Miss Cheryl, I'm sorry. Hold on real quick. Random J, I see you backstage, bro. I got to see you real quick, and then I can bring you up. Go ahead, Miss Cheryl. Go ahead, Miss Cheryl.
Then at the workshop, I told the girls, they were pregnant. I think you had to be 7 months pregnant before you started receiving TANF. I was like, in the meantime, when you have that baby, use these services that they're providing for you. Go get the WIC. But while you're doing this, take yourself to school and learn something, because you don't have but 2 years. In 2 years, everything you get now will no longer exist, because when you go back and try to apply, they're going to put in your social security number and see, oh, you've already used your 2 years.
What is Tanner?
Welfare.
Welfare. Children in need of.
See, now it's Tanner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's And you know something. I'm looking for the comment. I don't see it at the moment. Welcome in. What's up, Random J? You know, it locks a lot of people into, and I'm not saying no, maybe some do. I'm not saying that people just ball out of control on assistance, but there are some people who can formulate a lifestyle off of it. That's for sure. And something that Miss Shirley just said earlier, so because we qualify for it because of my income status as a child, as a youth, they got rid of so many programs like Miss Shirley was talking about. I used to have a solidified before I was old enough to, before you hit that. Well, first off, I've been working like on somebody at like clocking in since I was 14. My first job, I had to have my mama sign for me. I was limited to X amount. I think it was like 12 or 14 hours a week. It could only be on the weekend, and that's how I did it. And then over the summers, they had a government program in the state of Texas that I qualified for. We did everything from clean up schools, paint schools.
Yeah.
I worked on the back of a trash truck for 3 summers straight. Like it was stuff like that. But all of those programs don't exist no more. So I know it's hard out here on people, but it's supposed to be a push to whatever's next for you, whatever goals or aspirations you got. But Random J, what's going on with you, bro? What you think, man? I can't hear you. Your mic. Yeah,
Right. Oh,
unmute.
okay.
Okay, while Random figuring that out, who did I cut off? Was it Rooster or Miss Cheryl? I think it was Miss Cheryl.
Oh, I was done, but things are. I ain't gonna say getting better because now we got a lot of street walkers now since they done cut these people off. I see some of them exactly where I live. One girl, she got 7 kids, and it's not like every time you have another child that they're going to add on 2 more years. That's not how it goes. It's 2 years that you started, and then till the 2 years is up, and you can have 50 more kids in them 2 years if your body lets you do that. And you cut, everything.
Have you ever been in the supermarket and you have somebody to come up to you and say, I got $200 on my food stamp card. Can you give me 200 or give me 150, cash, and you can use the card? I was like, no, baby. I was like, feed your children.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you now, Random. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just to echo on what she just said, I know a lot of people like that. They get their food stamps and they got other means of income, and they sell it. It's 50 cents. Usually, it's like 50 cents on a dollar.
Yeah.
I mean, that is what it is. Me in my situation, like I am a government. Like I did my time in the Army, and I retired from the Army. And my son is disabled. He's never worked in his life. All he gets
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, bro.
Hey, appreciate it. But my point is like he legitimately needs it. Like if I die tomorrow, if I die today, he gets about $700 a month from SSI.
That's different from welfare. That's Social Security.
Oh,
that's a whole separate entity.
Right. Yeah.
He should also qualify for food stamps.
He does. It's like $185 a month is what.
And he should get Medicare or Medicaid.
He gets Medicaid.
Yeah,
but it's still not enough to live on.
No, it's not.
Move. Thank you, brother. Sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
So
not deep move. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm getting to is that he gets that. Like if I'm gone tomorrow, what happens with him? Like,
are there any handicap programs in your area where, like, we have Goodwill here does take handicapped people that can do some things, once they're, do X, Y, and Z 50 times, whatever.
Yeah, no, he's on a severe level, ma'am. And
have you tried any group homes?
That would be the only option is a 24/7 care home. And I don't know if SSI would be able to take care of it. Perhaps my Social Security would be able to.
No, your Social Security.
That's why you need to check with some of those group homes just to see what income level is for one person.
Program that he would fit into, that they'll only take a portion of his SSI, and then he gets a portion for his own personal needs, such as deodorant and toothpaste, buy a CD or something like that. They should have that.
Yeah, it just wouldn't work. But I mean, but my thing is like I know people that exploit the system, and I think that's what we're pretty much getting to. But I know people that actually rely on the system to get through. And I just I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think that there are people that exploit the system, but there's people that actually rely on the system. But 9 times out of 10, the system is not there to actually help you live, But then I go back to what African Dreaming's saying, and in his country, he was like, hey, if you ain't, the government ain't gonna take care of you. If you can't get it, then it is what it is. Then you're just off the beaten path. And
yeah, but that's why community is the way it is here, because at some point, I don't care if you're a government official or very few people have just grew up in money like multiple generations. I mean, the country that I currently reside in, much love to Tanzania, they just became independent in 1961 from colonialism. Shout out to first president Julius Nyerere. So, like, it's different in different parts of the world, and I guess it's so many variables to it. But this question here, Ask Why has said something else earlier about the new mom with a 2-year-old has to go out and find work. I think this is the second part of her comment, and now that mom has to make a living of some kind of way with a 2-year-old, so she works 8 hours a day, and the kid is where daycare. The sad, these are real things. That's why we have these kind of conversations. Even though the initial conversation for everybody who just coming in, the origin of the conversation is the new House bill being proposed is made at the one level. I think it got another one to go, but at a state level, it's looking like it's going to be a reality for a whole lot of Tennesseans real soon. HB 2689, and what that says is that basically it's requiring mandatory paternity testing. So it ain't gonna be no games no more. Nobody can mislead one or the other. Everybody gonna know what the truth is and how that's gonna impact society moving forward. Now the conversation did evolve as having two previous, and I want to hear from Big Rooster and you too, Jay, as well. But I'm gonna start with the ladies. What do y'all think about that? Because again, it's something that's meant to help, that you can't be on for forever, but it's got to be a cutoff point. But how do y'all feel about that whole having a 2-year-old and then maybe losing your benefits in response to that question?
Well, you know what? First of all, I want to know, once they put this new project into law, how far back are they going as far as doing maternity? I mean, the test. Is it starting from the beginning?
May I please respond to Wellness with Frugal Mama?
Is it going to start from the beginning of 2023? All newborns from that date on, or for the existing kids? I mean, where do you start with something like this?
Miss Shirley, I would think the easiest way for them to start without all the bureaucratic red tape is to any new cases that we have had that paternity hasn't been established on, those are the ones that's gonna go forward with this program.
They start first. Okay. Yeah, but what about these women? What about these men who've been saying for the last 10 years that this isn't their kid, and they know it's not their kid, and they still dealing with the baby's mama? But she said, well, you signed a birth certificate. Well, that don't make him that child's father. So,
attorney.
And that ties into what I was just about to say. There's situation with kids where a lot of people, because they're on the birth certificate, they was with that mama to begin with, and then come to find out there's not their kids, but they still obligated to pay that child support because they on that birth certificate. I think it's a good thing that they requiring a DNA, especially if it's that accurate, a DNA test, because there's a lot of women that exploit that. They use that as a trump card basically, and but me, I have a lot of kids. I ain't gonna lie, I got 6. Okay, and that's probably small compared to what you got in African Dreaming. You said you got big families over there.
You've been busy over there, ain't you, boy? You been busy.
Hey,
but what I'm
like a jackrabbit.
Yes,
for real.
But I'm just saying though, it would be kind of soothing to know that, especially when she bounces after 3 years, and then you're on the hook, and you don't get. I just had my first visit with my kids in 12 years. I've been paying child support for the last 12 years for my kids, and I just had my first visit a month ago. I put the videos up on YouTube. You can check them out, my channel.
Are y'all in the same state?
Puerto Rico. They're in Puerto Rico. I'm in Florida.
Okay, well, that might explain, but I mean, 12 years doesn't explain nothing. Because I was in Arizona and her dad was here in Georgia.
This was the first time. This was the first time she allowed them to come and visit me. I've been going to Puerto Rico to visit. But my thing is just like it's messed up.
Well, I mean, like they got computers, you can't, talk back and forth with your children, FaceTiming them or whatever. I mean, did it have to be where you had to be in the same country or same state in order for you to visit your kids? I mean, are they old enough to get on the computers themselves and keep in contact with you? With their
now they are, and they wanted to come and visit me, and they came and visit me. But my problem is, earlier they weren't, and it was all controlled by mama. And the thing is, what I'm getting to is, there was always an excuse why they didn't have to abide by the visitation orders by the court. So, it's stuff
and from what I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what's up, Big Daddy Beard Gaming Production? Shout out.
Sorry, I'm probably going in a different direction, but it's just fun. It's just
No. You good, bro. But I was gonna say that complicates it because even though Puerto Rico is a actually, I mean, let's call it what it is. Puerto Rico a damn colony because it's stuck in that limbo of being a state and not being a state. So it's a territory
over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we ain't gonna get into.
It's also got a French border.
So
yeah, it should be a state though.
Yeah. It's a state. I mean, they join the military. They do all of this. They pay taxes.
It's a territory. They have USD. There's no passport required.
Right.
But the mama didn't allow them to fly to come see me. Like if I had to go see them, I had to go on my own dime, and not my own dime. It's not even about my own dime. I just retired in 2016 from the Army, so the majority of their early life, I was in the Army, and I was in different states and moving around. And the thing is like I didn't have the luxury of just picking up and going there all the time. They still get Christmas break. They get summer off from school and all this extra stuff, but it was basically mandatory for me to pay child support. And then also there's another thing that we don't take into account. The social services with like qualifying for food stamps and qualifying for food stamps or any kind of government services. Here's the kicker. It's optional to declare paternal or maternal income from child support with the government system. So she doesn't have to declare the money that she gets from me mandatory in child support. It comes right out of my check. I have no control over it.
Okay, does your money go through the court system though?
It's ordered by the court and it goes through the government.
She doesn't have to report it because they have access to see your payment. So she don't have to report it, but they can tell she's she doesn't.
Yes, ma'am. And at the same time, I got kids that if I did report that income going out, it would qualify me for free or reduced meals for Jason and my other kids that were in school. Laura and Shannon, they were in school at the time. But I wasn't allowed to include that. I'm not allowed to even declare that.
And all of that are circumstances which are why laws like this are starting to come into place. Mm-hmm. And I think Tennessee is the beginning, but I think it's gonna spread, and I think it's gonna spread like wildfire because a lot of people, both men and women, have been arguing this case strong for 20 years now. I got 2 comments I got to get to before we get out of here. Ask Why, this was the first one, said there should be limits for those that take advantage of the system, but the whole welfare queen thing is a Reaganism that won't die. Absolutely, 100%. Now, even though I was a child, I am a student of history. I'm fond of all different forms of history, but especially American history, both modern American history and Civil War era, antebellum history, all of that. Is one of my pastimes. Now look here, Reaganism, that whole welfare queen idea was completely made up. It was strategic. It predates Reagan in the sense that it goes all the way back to Lee Atwater. It goes back to some of the other during the whole transitional period between what we now know as Democrat. I'm neither, by the way, but what we would currently call the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party, the way we know it now, up until about Brown v. Board of Education in 1956, 58, that's when it flipped. So that's a whole nother thing. But yes, this whole welfare queen, the assumption that Black women are actually the primary recipients of said resources is completely false. In all actuality, when President Eisenhower, actually it might have been Eisenhower that initiated the world.
Roosevelt.
No, it wasn't Roosevelt. If it's not Eisenhower, it'll come to me. But before FDR. FDR. Before FDR. Yeah, you're right. My bad, bro. Before Roosevelt did that, I don't even think people had Social Security cards. Hell, most people were born and didn't know what day they were born on unless they folks told them.
Yeah, so he enacted Social Security. Yeah.
All of that came into place. That's the implementation of the Social Security system. A whole lot of GI bills, since we got some veterans up here, got a veteran up here. All of that kind of stuff didn't exist. And most Black people, most African Americans were excluded from them programs initially anyway. So what we see going on right now is something completely different. I don't know how it's all going to unfold and what it's going to look like moving forward, but I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm going to give it...
I apologize. I can't relate with the African American thing, obviously. But I can just relate with what I've been going through in my personal life.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. Growing out the box, you talking about? I know you talking about random, bro. I know you talking about random. He said he sound like he's trying to be politically correct in the system being biased against men, and I agree 300%. Hell yeah. I mean, I have no problem saying that the current state of, even though I'm not a father, so that's why I gotta walk it. I gotta walk it real player like. But growing out the box, I don't disagree, bro. We got Big Rooster. We got men who talking about some of the stuff they've been through. And Random J, it sounds like you catching a raw deal. And the family court system across the board is not male friendly. It ain't male friendly. Damn.
Not at all.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a breaker right now. Everybody here, well, most of y'all might know my son Jason. My son Jason is special needs, man. He's in the chat sometimes. What I'm getting to is his mother has not been, his biological mother has not been in his life since he was 6 months old.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
She ditched me, and I left. I was solo with him as a single father, still trying to do the Army thing. My mom is my rock. My mom is the one that helped me through everything. But what I'm getting to is, I was told at an early age when I first joined the Army by my squad leader and my platoon sergeant that you're a man. You are not going to get primary custody of your son. And
that sounds about right.
And I got it.
Yeah.
And you know what? She has never had to pay zilch. Not one penny.
Went after her. They're not going to automatically give it to you, but you should have went after her. The system is there for you as well as her.
I tried.
That works both ways. Yeah.
I tried. The system wouldn't let it happen.
I gotta be honest, especially within the ranks, man. Especially it's kind of like Washington State. A lot of it is, I don't know how else to put it, but I'm not going. And there's a reason behind it. Historically, I think women have been disadvantaged in so many ways, i.e., not having a credit card or a bank account that you could legally have yourself without a father or a husband up until 1973.
Yeah.
So it's a whole lot of unfairness has been going on. But TX Lala, now fam, I'm usually with you. We usually like right here, but I disagree. I put the link just for Lala if she got time to jump up, because that's one point where I'm gonna disagree. I think.
Well, Jay, I not to cut you off, but sweetheart, I gotta go. I got a chance to go to the hospital and visit my great grandbaby. So,
all right,
please say prayers, y'all.
Lord,
and thank y'all for having me up.
Take care,
and I appreciate all of you guys. And until we meet again, y'all take care and talk to you later. See you in these YouTube streams.
All right, Miss Shirley. Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you coming up. Thank you. And I appreciate that. Y'all keep Miss Shirley, great grandbaby, in y'all prayers. She going up to the hospital to see her now, her new first great grandbaby. She loves to talk about it all the time, those 5 generations. So, but I see some people agreeing with Lala. So I dropped the link just real quick for anybody else who want to get in right quick, because I gotta disagree, because I think that it's just my opinion. I think it's more than one victim. I think the child obviously is the victim, but I think if it's a circumstance where a man done been anywhere from 8 months to 18 years to a whole lifetime, and then find out later on when the mother knew good damn well the whole time that wasn't his kid, I think that man is equally as much a victim as that child too, because those are two.
And so is the actual father.
What's that, Miss Shirley?
And so is the actual father, the man who is actually the father.
Maybe he don't.
I didn't even think about it.
He may not know, but he's a victim. Just because you don't know you a victim don't mean you ain't one.
Right.
For shizzle, as the young folks say. Yeah, that's real. I didn't even think about him. See that?
There's a lot of victims out there.
Yeah.
It's sad. It is really sad. I mean, I'm not a saint. I'm not saying I'm a saint. But what I'm saying is I do my diligence. My child support is paid. I do everything, but the courts won't enforce my visitation rights, but they force me to pay the money every single month. And and then you compound the
Are you paying through child support?
Huh?
Are you paying through child support?
No, ma'am. I'm paying through the federal government. The government goes through.
Takes
child support. They request it, and it's
okay. So you're paying through child support.
Like I don't even.
Are you married to their mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a divorce decree to say something about visitation? Because technically, child support does not like to get into visitation. I will tell you that.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's even harder when you're dealing with two different states because you're in Florida and she's in Puerto Rico.
Right.
That's the biggest part. That's the biggest part.
That's how she can exploit it because she's in Puerto Rico. I'm in Florida or North Carolina or wherever in hell I'm at.
Right. But I mean, now if she was in the same city that you were in, they probably would because it's a divorce decree.
That shouldn't matter.
It's harder to enforce, especially across waters.
I know, and that's the problem.
Right.
That is the problem.
Right. Across state lines.
She wants
and
the money,
water.
but she don't want. She don't want to share father. I'm a willing father. I'm not a ditching father.
That doesn't matter. I mean, we're talking about state resources here.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether you good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah,
it's not to say that you're unwilling. None of that.
Yeah.
It's resources. And again, child support doesn't really have the resources to enforce visitation.
They have no authority.
Like I said, unless the easiest way to get it enforced is if y'all both in the same state. But
or there could be another thing.
You can get an attorney.
No, I can't because it has to. The primary parent has to have the decision making authority over that. And then
hold on.
No, not if it's written in the divorce decree. No, sir, she does.
Oh no. That was never even a thought at the time.
Well, it should be a thought now.
Well, yeah, it is, but
okay, get an attorney. Don't complain about it. Do something about it.
Yeah, you know how many thousands of dollars it takes.
Yeah, I know. But you in the army, they gonna talk to you for free.
I'm not in the army. I'm retired.
Okay, you still got services. Don't give me that.
But no, I don't have services like that. But what I'm saying is, though, let's say
somebody because I know you do.
Let's say, for example, I stopped paying child support.
They gonna come get you.
They gonna come get my ass, right?
They gonna come get you.
But she can deny the court-ordered visitation, and I'm still required to pay the child support. That's the ultimate bottom line. It's all about money. It's all about money.
Yep.
Well, technically, yes, because they don't want to spend the resources as well because y'all in two different states.
And that's the problem. So I should be able to file an injunction in the court and say, hey, you know what? If I don't get my parental rights, I should be able to not have my pay deducted. And
that's incorrect. That is incorrect. Whether you see your children or not, you got to take care of your children.
Let's all think about that for a second. Why is that true? Why is that?
Well, I know it's unfair. I'm not
saying it's not unfair, but I'm just saying
it's very unfair.
You made yourself an easy target because anybody in the army, they find you, they're gonna get their child support. That much I can tell you.
I know.
Army, Marines, all them. I used to love those cases. Those was the easiest to process.
I mean, you can't have a police officer go and pick up the kids and bring them to their daddy.
Not in another state, they can't. That's unreasonable resources.
No, it's even in the stipulation that she's supposed to pay the return flight and blah 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 and all this other stuff. Like we had it all set up.
Oh, you had a good one. See, I paid for my child to get here, and then her grandmama paid for her to get back. But that was me and the grandmama. That wasn't even me and my child's daddy.
But let me digress for a second. My thing is I don't think it's fair.
It's not fair. It's not fair. Nobody's saying it's fair. Nobody's disagreeing with you at all.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the whole point of this conversation. And before and as we kind of conclude things, I'm gonna ask you, man. Look here. Why do you frugal mama? Hold on, Hold on, man. Hold on, man.
She said it right there.
Yeah.
I see it.
She said it. She said it. I'm gonna put it up here. But I'm asking you a question real quick. Now look here. What do you think the things gonna look like moving forward with this new law coming out of Tennessee with mandatory DNA testing?
Nothing.
Some people gonna get upset. Most likely it's gonna be her. Because she gonna say Johnny Durham is the father when it's Mac Jack that's the father. It's gonna actually turn into like a mini version of Maury.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of Maury.
You're gonna be on Maury 19 times, and you only one person, and we still ain't got the daddy. Something wrong with you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I had to stop watching Maury while I was working for child support because that used to just piss me off.
I know you did.
It's like, how you gonna sit up there and say you slept with one man and you've been on here 14 times with 14 different men and ain't none of them the daddy? What is wrong with you?
Not just
I'll never forget Marisol. I'll never forget Marisol.
Hey, who else? Who was that other guy, man? Jerry Springer. That's another one.
Jerry Springer.
Yeah, this is the Jerry Springer show coming up.
Yeah. So I don't. Who was this? I don't know if Lala. I don't know if this was for you or if she was just talking to somebody in the chat.
No, they're not missing meals, Texas Lala. They're not missing meals. They're not missing meals at all. But when I visit,
it's just unfair. It's just unfair. But you know, this was my thing. This was my thing. To I can't help but wonder. Well, before I get into that, I'm gonna ask Random J. I heard you real quick. I asked you and you said nothing. What makes you think that like ain't nothing about this gonna change? Ain't nothing gonna you think it's really gonna for real? You think it's just gonna stay the same? How can it stay the same when it's verified?
It might spark the fire. It might spark the fire, and maybe it'll catch on, but it's localized to Tennessee. You feel me? So
right. Well, of course.
Country. This is a federal thing.
But then, hold on, bro. Hold on, fam. Hold on. Hear me out, son. Hear me out, son. I ain't just talking about. I mean, that's all we got to work with right now. I know it ain't gonna work like that in Virginia. I know it ain't gonna work that way in Texas. I'm just talking about that locale that it's limited to. And I know you got intensity for this because it's something you living with and dealing with in real time. But maybe I should have worded it more specifically. What you think it's gonna do? What you think it's gonna do? Like right there in Tennessee, once it kick off. That I should have put it like that.
I don't know. I mean, it's a proposed law. It hasn't actually went through. I've never even heard of the law. I don't even know, man. Actually, when you mentioned it, I actually tried to Google it real quick to read it, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know what they're proposing. All I'm saying is like it would still take, in Tennessee, there's a lot of military folks. You got Fort Campbell there, you got Fort Knox, you got a lot of military folks there. Not that I'm focusing on that, but I'm saying there's a lot of federal, and in the federal world, they have to abide by the federal government and blah, blah, blah. And so even though the state might pass something, it has to go through the federal. No,
it don't. Bullshit. Look here, man. If it get, hey, check this out. If it get passed in Tennessee, right? And your ass stationed in Tennessee, guess what you living under? Tennessee law. If you down there in Fort Hood, your ass got to abide by the state laws of Fort Hood plus your command. So, that's the part I'm saying. All that matter is in Tennessee, they finna get hit with this. And when you said you never heard of it, maybe you got to rewind and go back a little bit because I explained all of that early.
I joined in late. I'm sorry. I joined.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Tennessee is kind of sort of like the test market.
Mm-hmm.
And again, right now it's at the state level. But if the federal government sees that they're getting good results, all the federal government has to do is make it a federal law. Then all 50 states will enact a law in that state to make it legal in that state. See, the state has to obey the feds. The feds
Right.
do not have to obey the state.
I think it's a
Right.
good idea. I think it's I
Right.
mean, the premise is a good idea. I don't know the legality. I don't know the intricacies or anything like that. But
It's gonna be messed up when it first starts. I can guarantee you, Boo Boo gonna hit the fan, and it gonna hit it hard.
It is.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Rooted? Welcome in, Rooted. Hey, I got another quick question for y'all. See, I put what my man growing out the box said. He said it should be mandatory, and if it turns out that he is not the father, she should be obligated to repay everything he has spent. Now, in Tennessee,
I agree.
I agree too, but it won't get to that point because it'll be mandatory from as long as they not married. I got to throw that part in there. I mentioned that earlier, but I got to throw that in. For married couples, it's different. For people who are just sharing a child, they the ones who have to.
Now, there's also a state law about married people. Like in Arizona, I was married,
Mm-hmm.
and I could get pregnant outside of the marriage. But the Arizona state law says it don't matter if John Doe's name is on the birth certificate because I had
husband.
No.
Yep.
If I had a child by John Doe who is not my husband, the state law in Arizona says because I am married or this child was conceived while I was married, my husband is the father. That is state law in Arizona.
That's what I said. The husband.
It means he's the father. I had a child outside of marriage.
Oh, wow.
It don't matter. Your husband responsible for it, though, right?
Exactly.
I'm not saying
that's that state's law. Now, that's not everywhere, but where I was in Arizona.
But what if in that situation you got pregnant? I get that, and you were in Arizona and you were married to that man, but I'm not saying you. I'm just saying it hypothetically. What if it was another man that got you pregnant?
That's what I just said, baby.
Oh,
that's what
I
he just
got
said.
pregnant while I was married to my husband by another John Doe.
Yeah, that's messed up. That shouldn't be
But
right.
State law says because that child was conceived while I was married, it is still my husband's child. They don't
husband's child.
That's called contract.
Signed the
paper contract, and that's why I'm not getting married ever again.
Understood. No, that's real, and that's what I was saying, Miss Shirley. And I said that before you came up, and I really need people to understand that the difference between being married or just having a baby mama is two completely different monsters. The state can know you ain't the daddy. The mama can know you ain't the daddy. The child can know you ain't the daddy. And don't nobody give a damn because you are married. So you are presumptively that child's father. If you go get a DNA test, because it's solidified in state law, you still responsible for that baby. Ain't no way around it. But I'm going to say this about growing out the box real quick. Look here. Any politician in the United States of America, I don't give a damn either one of the main three primary parties, independent, Republican, or Democratic. If you want to win, hell, you might be able to slide in 2024. Say that you're going to make this right here federal law. You might well get ready for your inauguration.
I know that's right.
I'm serious. It's that many people out here who feel that strongly that I think, man, yeah.
I even think some of the baby mamas would agree to it, although it's going to shoot a lot of them in the foot.
A girl, Miss Cheryl, child, honey, girl, baby, you know I know what you're saying. Frugal Mama said if it affected state money, y'all think it may get overturned. I think that because you know what they will do, somebody's still gonna have to pay.
Exactly.
Now what it might end up doing, because as it currently stands, the way the law is written from everything I seen, I didn't see anything about it being a felony. I still think it's from everything that I saw, it's a misdemeanor. It's still a misdemeanor. It's still the equivalent of a damn near a fine or a ticket or something like that, right? So I bet you what states would do is do this. What if that rolled over into, and this is the Frugal Mama question, what if it rolled into a denial of benefits of any sort? And don't think states above that, because TX Lala put something in here earlier. Somebody has said, I think it was Abina said, how can the richest country, or it may have been, I forget the other person in here, said, how can the richest country in the world not do XYZ? And Lala was like, the US broke. She's not wrong, because a whole lot of it's credit. It's credit. So if you don't think this is an opportunity to potentially deny future benefits to anywhere from 7 to 10 million people, shit, you better think again. Yeah. Think real. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Tay Weezy.
What's up, Tay Weezy? Buddha of Destiny. Namaste, my sister.
It's going to be a very interesting outcome on that one. I would love to see it.
It is. And Miss Sher, do you think both of y'all, this is actually the both of y'all, Random and Miss Sher, do y'all think this gonna spread? Because if it pop off like how I think it's gonna go in Tennessee, I personally I can't not see it going.
Brother, I hope it does spread, man. But
if it pops off, then the feds will get involved, and then, like I said, they'll make it a federal law, and then all the other states will have to enact something similar to this HB 2689. That's how that works. If the feds say it's so, then everybody has to put it into law to say it's so.
Everybody. Every state, from Alaska to Alabama, baby, everybody got to do it. All of them. Sign legal docs or promises only. Wow. If our promise is broken, the only redress is to sue. If you can't afford hire a lawyer, you lose. That's kind of cutthroat, but she ain't lying. That's how it really goes.
Yeah. And guess what? When you try to get I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm dealing with Puerto Rico.
Lala crazy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
My bad. I'm dealing with Puerto Rico, and I did call a couple of lawyers, and I was like, "Hey, man, I could really use some help with this case." Blah, blah. And they require like a $3,000 retainer. Which, guess what? I ain't rolling around deep pockets like that. $3,000, and then they can't guarantee any kind of outcome. They want a $3,000 retainer just to meet with them. It is a mafia over there, and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. You sound
all that
random. You sound like an 88 mic or something. But go ahead, man.
I'm just saying. You know what? Screw all that. I'll just continue to pay my child support and see my kids when I can see them. That's all I can do.
All you can do is the best you can do.
Right. That's all I can do.
If you can communicate with them now online, because you say they old enough, which
I can talk to them on the phone.
Communicating online,
but that ain't shit. I ain't gonna.
Better than nothing.
I want to see my kids. I want to see my kids. I want to visit them. I want them to come visit me. I want to show them my life, my house. I want to cook a meal for them. I want to take them fishing. I want to take them and go see something. It's a whole different animal, because when I go over there, it's all controlled by the mama. What I can and cannot do. No, I want them to come and see me. That's my problem, and it is what it is. And you know what? The law allows it to happen. It is what it is. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you good, man. This is an opportunity for people to express their sentiments, their frustrations, everything they're going through. It ain't about
some of your state lawmakers. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, and you know,
I got a nephew here trying to change that law about what you're doing, and you talking about across in Puerto Rico. He got a baby mama here just cross town, and she won't allow him to see him. He's down there talking to his state representative.
Hey, at least he's trying. You know, there's a lot of people out there that don't try, but we do try. And you know what? And there's such thing as deadbeat dads, and there's such thing as deadbeat mothers.
Yes.
You know, and I just happen to be one of those that have experienced both. So, whatever. Sorry.
It's quite all right.
You good, man?
Yes,
Hey.
it's life. I mean, I worked for the system and I didn't agree with it. You know, when men came and said, "Oh, she's a dope bag," well, if you don't like what she's doing with your kids, get custody. You bring me a court order in here, say you got custody, I will cut you off today. It's not a problem. It's a matter of me hitting 3 or 4 strokes on that computer, print it out, send it to the judge. It'll be signed before the week's over with.
A stat said, how did this woman get away with 6 affairs and her husband not aware, though? 6 affairs? Is that
Hold on. So I don't know if it was 6 affairs in one sitting or if it started over. But what I think they talking about, and I'm still up in the chat because I got to talk about growing out the box. Y'all done had me on here almost 4 hours. I did not mean for this to be this long. I'm gonna have to wind this up.
It's a good live stream, brother. It's a good live stream, man.
Thank you. But look here, man. At the end of the day, politicians sleeping on this, and I understand is motives behind it and whatnot. But growing out the box is and a whole lot of other men and women. I'm saying men and women would probably be in support of something like this. And even with it starting in down there in Tennessee, it might take some time, but I really think that this gonna catch on, and I think this gonna be one of them joints that just y'all do y'all realize this how societies get reshaped and reformulated?
Yes.
This how cultures and societies completely start over, for real.
Yeah, we should be hopeful. That's all. Wellness
Hey,
for Obama. The state make a lot of money when people pay child support through Lala. I don't think Texas cares who pays as long as somebody pays.
Somebody pay.
Yeah, as long as the guy.
You know, sometimes some people's child support is so much that they get kicked off of welfare. You know, depending on what the dad does.
I don't know what state you're talking about because you know what? It's optional to declare that.
It depends on what the parent's income is. If this child support order is $3,000 a month, she is not going to qualify for welfare.
Yeah, but you know when you are applying for a state or a federal program, it is optional to declare child support or alimony.
No, it's not. Not for TANF. It's not.
Yeah,
your child support is going through any child support system or court building, you have to report it because if they find out, you're going to get penalized.
If you're receiving income through child support or alimony, it is optional to disclose that income.
Alimony is optional. Child support is not. Not when you're applying for TANF. No, sir. That is incorrect.
I don't even know what is TANF.
TANF is AFDC.
Oh, that's
right.
They give you cash.
Well, they give you on a card now, but yeah.
It used to be. Yeah, it's like a couple $100. But you know, Go ahead, finish your thought, Randall. Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, that's all. I'm just saying the last few times that I've been on there, it asks you, hey, what is your income? You do not need to disclose child support or alimony. I'm just saying.
What is that for? Food stamps or what?
It was.
Because if it's for food stamps, the food stamp office can go and check on it. They have access to child support.
Yeah, I think it was. It might have been. It might have been one of them. I don't know.
But if it's AFDC, they are required for AFDC because if their AFDC is so much money, they're gonna ask, why are you in here applying for?
Yeah, I don't deal with TANF. I'm sorry, but I just know that there's a lot of programs that you do. Like if you ask for, like for example, when you have a kid in school and they get free or reduced lunch, like because otherwise it'd be like almost $5 a day, you know.
Well, I mean, for free or reduced lunch, you have to provide your case number. Yeah, if you get food stamps, you will automatically qualify for free or reduced lunch.
Right.
You have to provide that case number on there. You do not have to reply and say, I get child support. But
Yes,
but you do have to put your case number on there, and they will go and verify that, and you'll automatically get it.
When I was in the Army, I was a staff sergeant. I had 4 dependents. I was a staff sergeant with 14 years in the Army. I had 4 dependents going to school, 4 kids. And I'm just saying.
Were they living with you?
Yeah, they were living with me. And I was not allowed, like, I didn't get TANF. I didn't get any of that. I was not able to disclose. Well, sorry. My income was too high for.
I gotta ask something real quick.
Qualifying for
the reduced price.
But if you had taken the child support that I was paying every month, which was about $1,600 a month, if you reduced that out of my check, then yes, I would have qualified. But guess what? I wasn't able to disclose.
Oh, you're saying okay because you can't claim it.
Yes, child support is optional by either the receiving person or the person paying.
So
they don't take that.
Children were living with you, so why were you paying child support?
Because I wasn't getting any money from the other person.
But why was she getting money from you if you had the kids?
I had kids from another person. I had dependents. I was married with a
but she had the kids.
Right.
She had the kids.
But if yes.
Okay, so she the one that's supposed to apply for the reduced, not you.
No. Since I was ordered by the courts to pay the child support.
Yes.
Reduce that money out of my check, which is a set amount every month.
Yes, but see, you're not the parent who is supposed to apply for the reduced lunch. She is the parent that is supposed to apply for that. If you don't have custody of those kids, you can't apply for free or reduced lunch. She has to do that.
Hey,
sorry, I'm blowing y'all's mind.
No, you ain't blowing my mind.
It's just informative.
No,
yeah, it's just informative. Plus, I bet your LES is 3 damn pages long. Ain't no way they put all that shit on. Ain't no way they put all that shit on one page.
I'm just straight up saying that I had dependents living with me that I was able to qualify on my taxes. No, I was not married to the woman, but I had dependents living in my household. And I was able to declare them on my taxes because they live with me. Mm-hmm. But since I was not married, because you know what? The hell with that. I ain't getting married again. I did not get married to her. But I was able to declare them on my taxes. What I'm getting to is I had dependents in my house.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had, including my son, Jason, and 4 other kids. Okay, so 5 kids. Feel me? If I was to subtract the amount when you go on the scale, it tells you what income level you have.
I got everything you saying.
She should do that. But guess what? She's not going to do that. That's not her problem anymore. She's got her own kids. And guess what? I'm the one stuck paying full. It's a screwed up situation. Maybe I'm making a fool of myself right now.
No, you ain't making a fool.
I'm just saying straight up. I've had a bad hand dealt in life with this shit.
And that's what we having these kind of lives for. And I ain't got no father, but what I do have, I've been blessed enough to have 2 ladies. Now I got 1 left with experience. They know what they talking about. They've been through it before. They've been there, done that. I mean, as far as on the processing side of it, I'm just more focused, and I do want you to share whatever you feel like sharing. The link in the chat for other folks before we get out of here. But I'm gonna say, hold on, real quick. I'm gonna say this, family. This has been this conversation up to this point has been something really dope. The truth. Hold on. Truth about the court still in the court. Hold on, y'all. I see something that grabbed at my attention. Because it's men out here who've been trying to make these points for a long time and they haven't been heard.
Right.
The truth about the court stealing their cut from the broken family that the Dems have always encouraged, aka making generational customers. You know, I ain't gonna dive too deep into the politics of it, but it is political to a degree. And I hear you as the team, but I think it's both parties. I think that a particular party do it up front and the other one do it on the back end. And when they go golfing and when they out in the Hamptons and when they on their yachts, they laugh at all our ass. Now that's what I think. Because I do hear what you're saying.
Shout out to Nightbot.
Yeah, shout out Nightbot. Shout out Nightbot. Hey family, it's been a great live, man. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being here. I'm gonna hold on a minute. Let me get this other comment. Oh, you are making a fool of yourself, Random Jack. And see, that's what I'm saying. And even a while ago, hold on now, we ain't going nowhere just quite yet. My man said, growing out the box, said, no, you're not making a fool of yourself, Random J Adventures. You should, like the majority of men who are trying to do the right by their kids, and the system is set up against you.
Right.
At this point, we can't deny it no more. We got women saying it. We got men saying it. We got people who don't work in the. I mean, it's just not fair. Even in the video. Matter of fact, I might even just real quick, one more time for good measure.
It's not set up.
Ain't know her, never seen her. Still to this day, haven't talked to her, and it just proved out that the baby has no ties to my name. Thankfully, the lady did bring the child in to get tested, and that's all I needed to happen.
This letter from friend of the court reads in part, "Dear Mr. Smith," enclosed is a copy of the genetic test results, excluding you as the father.
Let's just set the record. I'm
gonna stop right there. And bring it down.
Wow.
If y'all want to know what that is, go back and watch this. This is a man who had somebody to come to his home, inform him that he's allegedly the father of a child by a woman that he ain't never seen a day in his life. He don't know her. He ain't never laid down with her. Damn sure didn't have no baby by. She had his name, his home address, and his date of birth, and went and told the court system that he is the father.
They do it all the time.
Y'all, this is scary for me and out here. And like, who was it? Who said that? Did I speak to Rooted? Yeah, I spoke to Rooted way a while ago. What's up, family? Y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. Fallen Skies said, here, let me put it back up here. I was thinking about this when Fallen Skies said this. I'm glad I kept my tallywhacker in my... I'm glad I kept my tallywhacker in my pants. Me and my wife, 30 years in, 4 kids, all mine and grown.
Yes. Bless you, Fallen Skies. Bless you.
Even with that, you can still get lied on, though. That's why laws like this...
It's a lie.
Go ahead, Miss Sher. Go ahead.
It's a lie. I got a nephew. I had to go pull him out of school in Alabama and have him stay with me for 6 months. But the girl, she was sending pictures to me and my sister-in-law and carrying on. And I'm like, why are you sending all these pictures? But I want y'all to see how the baby doing. I don't care how the baby doing because we don't know nothing about that baby. I said, I know that, right? Did you go to child support like I asked you? And I gave her my address. You get that boy served at my house because he was in school in Alabama. She hadn't served, and she kept calling, and I kept answering the phone. Well, no, you can't speak to him. You need to talk to him. You talk to me, because that's the only way you're going to get anything done. And she's like, well, I wonder, did you get the notice for court? Yes, we will be there, honey. Have no fear. We saw her in the parking lot. Now, I don't know what her problem was, and it probably was me. I don't care. She was ducking behind cars because I knew what she looked like. So we saw her. We hadn't even parked the car. She walking through the parking lot trying to hide from us. So we get upstairs to child support. I said, well, where the hell did the girl go? She finally came in just before they called her name, and she brought the baby over by me. I was like, what you bring that over here for? Well, you said you wanted to see it. I said, I wanted to see the baby outside. Now you gonna dump the baby on me? And I looked at the baby. I didn't even touch it. And she smiled. I smiled at her, waved at her. And then they called their name and went back for blood test. His daddy was so worried about this baby being born out of wedlock and what all we had to do as a family. 2 days before the darn test came back, his daddy died from a heart attack.
Oh my God.
And the baby wasn't his. And then she calls, oh, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't fathom that it wasn't his baby. Well, it ain't, you know. This baby got curly hair like him. I said, honey, you give it another year, then won't be curls, then will be balls. Mean that.
Well, Miss Cheryl,
my goodness,
it was so nice talking to you today. I'm gonna get off of here. African Dream. You go by Jay, right?
Yeah.
You play trombone too?
Oh yeah, man. I usually go with a solid, but I can even work my way around the trigger trombone, man. That was my
the attachment. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Do you have a trombone? Maybe one day you should play, man.
It's still back in the States. Still back in the States. I had it up on the stand. I was having a little get together. Had a buddy walk by because I had it mounted. I should have had it in this case, but I had it over in the corner and I had it on the wall. And dude bit my bell. He knocked it down, bit my bell, and I was just like, I had to bring it down, man, because I was hot. But it's still back in the States. But when I get back to the States, I'm definitely gonna pull it out, man, and go 1 through 6, 7 on you.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say thank you for letting me come on here. Great topic, brother. I'm gonna get off of here. Miss Cheryl,
nice talking to you.
Great insight. That was a horrible story.
No, it was not.
No, because I'm actually about to go through that with
again.
Yeah. Well, no, I never had a paternity test, and I'm probably saying some shit I shouldn't. Saying some stuff.
Yeah. No, not.
Ain't nothing incriminating to you. You are 99.9%.
But
right.
Much love.
Don't worry about that, bro. You good?
Yeah, you good.
I see you on Big Rooster Show on Friday, bro.
Oh yeah, indeed, brother. All right,
man. Take care, Randall.
Bye.
Yeah. Hey, Random J, we appreciate you coming up. Miss Cheryl, thank you for everything. Thank you for your wisdom, your knowledge. Until the next time y'all see me and I see y'all, I'm going to be over here being country in another country. Peace.